Hello guys and welcome to Introduction to React Shopping Cart. What we are going to do in this course is to create a shopping cart like this. Let's review the features of this shopping cart. I just list all of them here. The first feature of this shopping cart is animated and intuitive design. Animated means that when you have the site for the first time, it comes from bottom to up. And the intuitive means that when you click on a product and add it to cart, you can see an animation like this shows that this item goes into your basket. Let's do that again. I click on add to cart, and as you see, this movement means it's intuitive. Here, if you like, you can click on order and bring the highest price at the top. And you can click again on lowest and have the lowest one at the top. About the filter part, if you click here, let's say for XL sizes, you see it just filter only the available sizes for XL, or you can filter like based on M, which is like this. Also, it shows the number of product in the result like this. So if I change it to all, you can see there are 6 items inside the products. The other feature is gonna be opening modal by click on product. When you click on a product like this to bring it top like this, and when you add to cart, it's gonna work like this. Let's say here and add to cart, you see it goes into your cart. Next feature, it should be handling multiple clicks by adding more items. Let's say here I want more items from this dress. If I click on add to cart, you can see increase the number of items to cart, and the total is gonna change based on the number item you added into the cart. Next feature, remove item from cart. Yeah, you are able to click on the remove and suddenly it just get rid of your list of items. And here you are able to remove item from cart and add new item like this. When you click on proceed, you will see this form here, and it's like an animation that comes from right to left, and you are able to enter your email, your name, and your address. And when you click on checkout form, this item save in your database, and you will see a receipt like this. It's like an order, and the order key is completely user friendly. It shows your email, name, total price, and the date of creating this order, and also the items inside your basket. The last feature of this shopping cart is admin section. When you click on admin, you see a list of orders that have been placed by users of your website, and as you see at the very end, it's like the last one we just created together. Also, for creating products, the way we are using to create product is using Postman, because in this course we create a backend, and for that backend there is no UI to insert new products or orders. The only way to do that is using this form. You just install the Postman, which is an HTTP client to send a request, and we just set a data for creating a product. As you see, I set the title, image, description, available sizes, and price. And when I click on send, this item will be inserted into the list of products. Also, I'm able to change that to delete one, and using delete and putting the URL of deletion, the ID of the product I'm gonna delete, and it's gonna delete from the database and also from the list. That's it. The focus of this project is on frontend. We have lots of tools and technologies throughout this course. For React Power, you will learn React Router, React Modal, React Reveal to create animation. The most important one is Redux. We are going to use Redux to handle all of this stuff. Let's open the DevTools and go to Redux part. As you see, anything you do here, let's say adding an item, recorded inside the Redux DevTools. And when you click on Process and enter data and click on checkout. All of this, you see here, create order, clear cart, all of them will be done by using Redux actions, reducers, and stores. So by the end of this course, you will be able to create any application, a scalable application using React and Redux. And it's very helpful if you are on the very beginning way of being a React developer. That's it for this course. And if you are ready, let's go for the tools and technology part, because you need to install some stuff like VS Code, Chrome, and other tools that we will use throughout this project. Hello and welcome to this lesson. Here we are going to review tools and technologies that we're going to use throughout this course. First of all, we need to know JavaScript. And for JavaScript, there are some sections like arrow functions, deconstructing, assignments, spirit operators, classes, and stuff like this, which is very important throughout this course. So this is the first language we're going to use, and in terms of programming language, this is the only language in this course. The next one is React, which is a building user interface library. That's the topic of this course, and we use many plugins and packages like React Router, React Reveals, React Modal, and stuff like that throughout this course. So we will learn React in this course too. The next technology is Redux, which is a state manager for React. And we can create a scalable and predictable application using Redux. Next one is Node, which is a backend technology to create a simple endpoint for creating lists of products and orders and stuff like this. Next one is MongoDB. You need to install the MongoDB from this address, mongodb.com/download center/community, and select your version, OS, and also you can select the package. Let's say for mine, here I just select the current stable and select my OS, which is Mac, and then click on download, and you can download and follow the installation steps, and we will have MongoDB in your computer. Also for Node, there are two versions. The recommended one is the LTS. It's more recommended. Click on it and download the installation package and follow the easiest steps to have Node on your computer. After installing Node, restart your computer and open terminal and enter node --version, and you will see the version of your node on your computer. If you get an error, it means that you install it in wrong way. Also for MongoDB, after downloading and installing that, you need to check in the terminal, open a terminal and enter mongod. And if you press enter, you should have a result like this, which means that your MongoDB installed correctly. That's it. Let's go for the development tools. And the most important one is a code editor. We are going to use VS Code. To install it, just click on download, and you will get a list of operating system that you can select based on your operating system. Here I select Mac, and when you click on it, the download link will be appear here and installation start. As you see here, because I've installed it already, I just cancel it. Just double click after installation and follow the steps, and at the end you will have VS Code. If you type VS Code, you will have VS Code like this, and by opening it, you will have Visual Studio Code like this. For VS Code, you need to install some extensions, and the extensions we're gonna use, I just listed them right here. These 5 extensions is very important for us. To install it, just select here and then type the name of it, like JavaScript ES6, click on it, and then click on install. Because I've already installed it, it's uninstall button. Do the same for ES7 React extension, ESLint extension, Node debug, and CSS peek. That's it for configuring, VS Code for your, development throughout this course. The next one we're gonna install is Google Chrome. Go to this address, google.com/Chrome, and then click on download Chrome. And when you have the install file on your computer, double click on it and follow the instruction of installation. And at the end, you have this browser, the Google Chrome, and it's time to install two extensions. The first one is React DevTools, and the second one is Redux DevTools. To do that, just search for React DevTools, and the first result is the thing we are looking for. Yeah, that's it, React DevTools. You will have install button here because I've already installed it, it's remove. And also search for Redux. After installing this, it's time to search for Redux DevTools. And here, if you click the install button, you will have Redux on your computer. To make sure that all of them install correctly, just open the Chrome DevTools from More Tools. Inside there, Developer Tools. Open Developer Tools of Google Chrome, and you should have a Redux section here, a component section that show all of the component, React component, and the profiler. By having these three items, it means that you have installed the Google Chrome extensions correctly. That's it for Google Chrome. Let's go for Git. Git is a version control system, and for each lesson in this course, we are going to create a branch and put our code inside that branch and then push them on the GitHub. So it's very important for you to understand the basic stuff of Git, like creating, a branch, commit, push, and pull. I just keep them as simple as possible. Don't worry about this. But you as a developer, you need to know the Git at some time, and let's have that in this course. The installation is very simple. Click on download here, git-scm.com/download. Select your operating system, and then the installation file will be downloaded on your computer. For mine, I just install it through bro and install git. Just enter this command inside your terminal, and by pressing enter, it's gonna be installed. Because I've already installed it, I do not install it again. So that's the instruction for installing Git. After Git, it's time to create an account in GitHub. I'm quite sure most of you have this account, but if you do not have it, just open this URL, github.com, and then select the username, enter your email and password, and then sign up. After that, you will have an account for GitHub like this, and it's possible for you to create a new repository and put your code inside GitHub to show your code to all other people around the world. That's it for GitHub 1. Let's go for the Postman. In this project, we are going to use Postman to create new product, create new orders, and delete them. So it's very important to install this. Just go to postman.com, click on download the app, and after that you have the installer file in your computer, and it's super simple. Just double click that file and follow the instruction, and you will have Postman in your computer. About the instruction of using Postman, I will teach you in next lessons. Let's go for the deployment stuff, because at the end of this course we want to publish our work on Heroku. Here is the Heroku. To have Heroku, what you need to do is to open heroku.com click sign up button, and then enter your information here and follow create free account there. After that, you will be redirected to a page like this at dashboard.huraco.com/apps, and we are ready to create a new apps in next lessons. Also, we need to have a cloud database for MongoDB. Let's go to mongodb.com/cloud/atlas, and then click on start free, enter your information there, and follow the instruction steps. Don't change anything, only enter your data there, and you will have an account on mongodb.com/cloud. We will use this account in, I guess, the last session of this course to publish our work inside the internet and create a cloud-based database there. Great, that's all for the tools and technologies that we are going to use in this course. I guess they are about 10 tools that we are going to use. At the end of this course, you'll be able to use them, and in any developer job position, you need to know all of them. Trust me. So keep focus on this course and get to learn all of this stuff. I teach you all of them, and I hope you get the best possible job at the end of this course. Hello and welcome to Create React App lesson. In this lesson, we are going to use Create React App package to make a basic template for our React application. We are going to create a header like this, having React Shopping Cart at the header, and create a footer. And also the content should be empty, because in this lesson, we are focusing on creating a basic React application. It's the starting point of coding. To do this, first of all, open your VS Code that you have installed in previous lessons. From terminal menu, select New Terminal. And here, first of all, go to your favorite folder. Let's say for mine, I'm going to go to desktop. And here I'm going to create the Create React App application. Enter this command npx create react app, and here it's time to enter a name for this React application. I'm going to set it to React Shopping Cart and press enter. It takes a while to install all dependency about the React script and stuff like this. And after that, you have a folder that contains the basic code to run your React application. At this point, we are ready to go to React Shopping Cart folder, cd React Shopping Cart folder, and here enter this command code and dot. So by running this command, you will have a new VS Code window, and you are good to close the previous one, maximize this folder, and as you see, the project folder here shows that all of your files inside your React application. So it's time to open new terminal and run your project. Enter npm start and press enter to make sure that your React application works perfect. That's it. When you see this icon and this text, it means that everything works well. So it's time to remove unused files. Let's start from src folder, and there is no need to have a logo here. We do not need setup test at all. Also service worker and app.test and app.css. Only keep index.js, and inside that we need to get rid of service worker. In the app.js, let's get rid of app.css and also logo, and there is no need to have logo here. Let's get rid of all content in the header section. In the index.js, let's get rid of the service worker part. And here we have a very basic React application. In the README file, let's get rid of all content and put the content to React Shopping Cart. And for step 1, we are going to create React app. Let's check again the result. You see, it's an empty React application. And what we are going to do is to create a header like this. Let's go and work with app.js. And here I'm going to get rid of all content here, create a div, and set the class name for this div to greet container. Inside greet container, there are 3 sections. The first one is a header. And inside the header, there is a link, and the link should be point to, the home. And the name of it is React Shopping Cart. Next section is the main content. And here I'm just entering product list. We will go for that in the next lesson. And the last one is gonna be footer. All right is reserved. So if you check the result, you will see this ugly homepage, and we are going to convert that to this style. Let's go to the index.css and get rid of all code here. For bodies, for HTML section, set the font size to 62.5% and set box sizing to border box. By having these 2 settings, we are able to better handle padding and margin inside the divs, and also having standard font size rem instead of px, which stands for pixel. For body, I'm going to set the height to full height and set margin to 0. We can have this setting for the root element. If you check the public index.html, inside the body section, there is a div and its ID is root. We want to apply the body setting to root. So inside the index.css, put a comma and put a hashtag root. That's it for the basic setting or the reset setting for CSS, and it's time to work for the grid container. Copy this from here, put a dot, and for grid container, we are going to create a CSS grid. To do that, first of all, set display to grid, set grid template area. We are going to have 3 rows. The first one is header, second one is main, and the last one is footer. Don't forget to set grid template rows. There are 1 fragment, and for grid template columns, there should be 1 fragment too. But for the grid template rows, first of all, we need to put the header. Let's say the header 50 pixel, which is equal to 5 rems, because rems means that 10 pixel by having, this setting here. And also for footer, let's have 5 rem too. By having this setting, we are good to go to place header, main, and footer. For header, grid area should be header, main area should be main, and also for footer it's the same. Grid area should be footer. Also, we can set the color for header and footer. Let's set background color 20, 30, 40, and let's have same for background color for here and here. Let's set the color to white. Do the same for header. For header, there should be, link color. For anchor, let's set the color to white like this. And by having this setting, let's check the result. Yeah, it should be like this. Put the footer at the very bottom of the text. For grid container, set height to 100%. Yes, you see? Somehow we are having something like this, but the point is we need to set the font size, and also we need to set the position of all right reserve in the center. To make it in the center, we are going to use flex. Inside the footer, enter display flex and set justify content to center and align items to center to put it center in terms of horizontally and vertically. Let's see, like this. Do the same for header, but the header part, we are not going to put it center in terms of horizontally. Just vertically is enough. So it should be align items like this. And also for all links, we are going to set the hover to color like orange. FF8000. And at the very top, for all elements like body, input, select, text area, and stuff like this, we are going to set the font 1.6 rem, which is exactly equal to 16 pixel. And the font family, let's make it Helvetica, like this. So as you see here, we need to get rid of the underline for the header links, text decoration, noun. Yeah. Let's add a padding for, the header. For header, I'm going to add a padding, let's say 0.5 rem. Yeah, there's a space here. And that's it. We have done with the formatting a header, a content section, and a footer section. And it is completely responsive. For smaller screen, you see it's in the center. And for the larger screen, it's like this. And it occupies the whole screen. Make a good feeling for user to use that. For next session, we are going to start working on the product list component, and we will create our first component there. Until next lesson, bye-bye. This lesson is about creating a project workflow using Google Spreadsheet and GitHub. What we are going to do is to organize the way we are going to develop the project. At the end of this lesson, you will have a list of tasks or features like this. And for each features, there is a title, description, the state, is it open, done, or tested, and the duration in terms of number of hours you need to put to make it done. And also there should be something like this, a time, sum of time you need to put that, your rate, and the final cost of this web application. So it's very good for you if you want to do a project for someone and provide a factor, a receipt like this. You need to create a Google spreadsheet. Let's make it happen. Go to this URL, docs.google.com/spreadsheets, and here select a blank. What we are doing in this step is to add columns, features, description, state, and duration. Let's do that. Feature, description, state, and duration. The first feature we are going to develop is product list. product list, and it just show list of products in the homepage. Let's make the description a bit bigger. And the state is open. It means that we haven't started it yet. And the duration, let's say 2 hours to make it done. Also here you can put a time, put rate, and put cost. For time, it should be sum of the columns in D columns. So it's equal to sum D2 to D, let's say 100. And for rate, let's keep a rate like 30 USD per hours. And here you can calculate the cost of this project. It should be equal to G2 multiplied by G3. It's gonna be $60. So if you add a new item, let's say for this example, we are going to implement a test feature. Let's name it feature 1 and test feature, and it's open, and let's say it's only 1 hour. You see, it's gonna get updated. Make the titles bold here and here, and that's it. You just created a very simple task management for your React Shopping Cart project. I'm going to add all the steps from here to here, and you can just type them in your Google spreadsheet, create someone like this, something like this, and that's it. So the final cost of this project is gonna be, $1,000. So let's work on this one. We are going to work on this one, and we need to follow steps for make it done this project. Here, first of all, we need to create a GitHub account. For creating GitHub account, just go to github.com. And for the previous lesson, I'm quite sure that you have created a GitHub account. And inside the homepage, there is a new button. Click on new button. We are going to create a new repository and set the repository name to React Shopping Cart. And here, just select create repository, keep all the stuff default ones. After having the repository for React Shopping Cart, it's time to follow the steps here. First of all, we need to add a remote repository. Copy this code from here. Then go to your code in the React project that you have made in previous session. Click on plus button and then enter git remote add origin and the repository that you have created. It shouldn't be the Basir because it's mine. You should create yours and it should be your names, and press enter. So I've just added GitHub repository as a remote repository for my current project. So the next step should be commit. Click here, and then for the project, we have changed some files and deleted some files. Let's set first commit and keep control and press enter. For Mac computers, keep command and press enter. And then click on this icon, push or publish changes to the GitHub server. Click on it and it's synchronizing your changes to the server of GitHub. So it's done. Let's check the repository here. Refresh this page. As you see, you have your code from your local computer inside the GitHub server right here. You can share your code by sharing this link to someone else and show your work to them. Let's follow the workflow of adding new features. In the beginning of this lesson, I told you that we need to create a list like this, list of tasks, and let's implement the first one. To do that, first of all, we need to go to the VS Code and then click on master. We are going to create a new branch because for each branch we want to implement in individual feature. So let's set the name of this branch to feature -1. Don't put a space between them. It's much better to keep it using dash, creating a space between stuff. And for feature 1, click create new branch. And then I'm in branch feature 1. Let's add a sample change. Let's say inside the app.js, at the very top, I'm going to enter a simple change like feature 1. And then it's time to commit this change. Click on Git icon, put a message like feature 1, keep command or control and press enter. And then again, it's time to publish your changes. By publishing these changes in feature 1 branch, it's not gonna be in your master, which is your main branch. So what we need to do is to go to the repository and you will see an alert like this. It says that there is a new branch and the name of branch is feature 1, and it asks you to compare and merge these changes with the master, the main branch of your code. So we need to do that. Click on compare and pull request. Select the default, create pull request, and then select merge pull request and click on confirm merge. By following these commands, if you go to the React Shopping Cart, you will see this message, Basir merge pull request 1 from Basir/feature 1. If you go to the src and open app.js, you will see your change right here. So here is the workflow of adding new feature to this repository. What's the benefit of it? The benefit is inside the pull request, inside the section closed one. And if you click on this pull request, you have the capability of comparing your changes to the master. Let's say I'm clicking on file changes, and you see it says that inside folder src app.js, this line of code have been added to the project. So imagine in a large features, you will know exactly step by step which part of code has been changed, added, or deleted. And for you as a junior developer, it's very important to follow the steps to create a fully functional project. There is one thing remains here, and we need to go to VS Code and then click here and move to the master branch. And if you check here, there are 2 changes that need to be fetched from server. Click on this icon and it's fetching data from GitHub and updating your main branch, the master branch, with the latest changes. You see, it's the latest change in feature 1 branch. So this is the whole process of creating a feature in Google Spreadsheet, make it done, creating a branch in VS Code, publish this branch on the GitHub, pull request, and merge that branch into the master, and then come back again to VS Code, switch to master, and then synchronize your latest change inside your branch. So by having this, we can go to the Google Spreadsheet and make this feature done. And we are good to go for the next feature. Let's keep it product list, which is for the next one we are going to do. We need to create product-list as a new branch. We just click here, enter products.list component and press enter, and this process start again. So that's the topic of next lesson. In this lesson, what we did together is to create a production workflow. It's very important for you as a developer to have a big picture of what you are gonna do. Here you want to implement, let's say, 15 features. These are the states of these features, and here are the time and cost. You can add another column for, estimated time, and for the actual time. It helps you to improve your estimation for next project. Very good. This lesson wasn't about coding, it was about organizing and planning your works, which is as important as coding for you as a developer. For next session, we are going to implement product links and get our hand dirty with coding and creating React component. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement product list. As you saw in previous lesson, we have a spreadsheet that handle the features we are going to implement. So it's time to implement product list. And what I want to do is to go to VS Code and here click on master, click on create new branch, enter the name of new branch, products-components. So I'm going to create products component and press enter. That's it. We are good to go for implementing this feature. First of all, we need to create data.json in the src folder. Right click here, new file, data.json, and press enter. In this file, we are going to create a sample data for products. So it should be products, and the product is like an array. And inside this array, there is ID. Let's dress 1 for ID. There is a title. Also, don't forget for product, keep it like this inside double quote. And for this object, use curly braces like this and enter title, dress 1, and enter a description. Also put it inside double quote about dress 1. The next field is price. Let's keep it like $19. And the last one is available sizes. It's an array that contains strings like L and XXL. And it means that from this dress, there is only these two sizes. So the last field for a product is image. Let's keep the image like this. And it should be an address like images/dress1.jpg and put a comma here. This is the first instance of product. So I replaced this with the real data and I put the data.json in the, downloadable materials for this lesson. So you can download the data.json and use that. About the images, I do the same. I put the images inside as a zip file, as an attachment for this lesson. So you can download it and use it exactly inside your public folder. Create images, and inside that paste the content of 6 files there. I just pasted them right here. You see, they are the pictures of images that I'm using as a product image in this course. After having data.json with this format and a list of images with this format, we are good to go in app.js and then import this from here. So it should be import product from data, put a dot slash because we are looking for a file .json. So it should be data. So here I have data, and it's time to convert app.json to a class component, not the functional. So remove change function to class app, extend react.component, remove round brackets, and then inside there put a render function and wrap the return inside the render function. That's the classic way to convert a function component to a class component. Also define a constructor for this class, and inside that call super, and then this dot state set default value for state of this component. The first one is products that comes from data.products. Second one is size that user select by default is empty, and the last one is gonna be sort, which is empty, like this. So here we are going to implement the product list. Here I'm going to put a div and set the class name to content. Inside content, I'm going to create two columns. The first one to show products, and the second one is gonna be for showing cart items. The first one is the main content, and next to that, I'm going to put another div and set the class name to sidebar. Inside this div, we put the product components. But before going for that, let's put only products and put cart items here. We are going to add some style to content, main, and sidebar to make them like a column next to each other. So let's open index.css, and here let's define content class, set display flex, and flex wrap should be wrap. The next one is main content, set flex to 3 and the width to 60 rem. And then last one is gonna be sidebar, keep it flex 1 and 20 rem. Yeah, you see, here we have products in this section, the main content, and there is cart items in the sidebar, in the right sidebar. So we are good to go to define the first component for this course. Right click on src, create new folder, and set the folder name to components. Inside components, right click new file and set the file name to products. Inside products, I'm going to create a class-based component. You can use RCC and press tab. Don't forget you have to install ES7 React Redux snippets from the extension tab. Press tab, and here I'm ready to implement the product list. For product list, first of all, I need to define a UL and set the class name of UL to products. Inside that, there should be I need to get the list of products as a props from parent components. So here I get to access this dot props dot products, and I'm using map. And for each product, I'm going to convert them to something like this. Li. Inside li, there should be key, and set the key value to product.id, underline id. Inside that, define a div, set the class name for div to product. And inside that, define a link, set href to hashtag. Inside that, create an image tag, set src of this image to, it should be product.image. And set the alt to, let's say, product image. And then it's time to define the title. It should be product title. That's it for this. And here it's time to define a div for product price. The class name should be product price. And inside product price, there are two sections. The first one is a div that shows the price, product dot price. And the second one is a button. And this button value should be add to cart. Set the class name for this button to button primary. And because we are going to get rid of this warning, let's make it the alt to product dot title. So it means that if there is no image, it shows the title instead of that. And also for get rid of this one, we can use this style, hashtag plus product underline ID. That's it. It's time to add some style. First of all, let's go to app.js, and inside the app.js in the product section, let's use product, import product here. If you press tab here, automatically the product gets imported here. And don't forget to set product property, and it should be this dot state dot products. That's it. Let's check the result. You see, I have product here. It's the name, the price, add to cart button, and yeah, that's all product that I defined in the data.json. So we are going to make them like this. So we need to format them, change the size of image and the font size, the style, to make it from this to this. Ready? Good. First of all, let's go for the products itself. In the index.css, create a section for products and put dot products, set display to flex, justify content, center, and align items to center 2, set padding and margin to 0, and also set a list style type to none, because we do not like to see the disk icon next to them. So much better, huh? Instead of having that style, it's like this. And you see, but the point is we need to set the wrap, flex wrap to wrap. And by having this setting, they are going to be in below each other. The next change should be list items inside products. Set flex to 1129 rem. Set height to, let's say, 47 rem. Let's padding 1 rem and margin 1 rem. Let's define the style for product, not products. Inside that, set display to flex, and this time the flex direction is column. We do not like to put image and text next to each other. We want to have in separate lines. And set justify content to space between, because we want the items occupy the whole screen equally. And then set the height to 100% to occupy the whole screen. For image inside product, let's define max width to 37 rem and max height to 37 rem too. Let's see what we have right now. You see, it's much better. Let's go for product price. Product dash price. Set display to flex. And set justify content space between. And set align items to center. For div and buttons inside product price, we need to set text align for this, and button set text align to center. Also for div, I'm going to set the font size to 2 rem. I want to make it bigger because it's the price and should be bold. 2 rem. Yeah, it should be like this. And here set the flex to 1. That's it. We are ready to add some style to the button. For dot button, set padding 1 rem. Add a border, let's say 0.1 rem, C0, 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 and solid. And set the background color to something like F0, F0, F0. For button primary, button dot primary, let's change the color to something gold. And don't forget to set the cursor to pointer. And for button hover, let's change the border from this to something dark. Let's say 8, 8, 8. Yeah, when you mouse over them, you will see it should be like this. The last change we need to have here is to change the flex for products LI to 0, 1 and get rid of the margin part. And also for the button primary, make it F0, C0, 40 to make a real gold. By having these changes, we have this result, which is very similar to this one. Also, we can change the font family to a Google font Montreal. Just paste this code here. Fonts, Google's api.com/css2 family Montreal and display swap. And by having this, copy this code here, and inside the body section, right here, set font family to this and put a comma and then add this one. and get rid of this. So here we change the font family. Let's say what we have right now, it's like this. And we can get rid of underline for links. So set text decoration to none. And see, here is the result and here is the final work. They are very similar to each other. There are two changes remains here. The first one adding $sign before the price, and the next one is making add to cart font size a bit bigger. Let's go to index.css and at the very top add button to the list of items for having font family and font size. So the fonts is bigger equal to the one that we are going to make it like that. And also for adding $sign, I'm going to define a new file util.js, and inside that define export default format currency. It accepts a number and return. I'm using number num.toFixed and having 1 decimal point and change it to local string. And before that, let's add a $sign like this, and after that put a space like this, and there should be a function declaration like this. So by using format currency inside product components, and for the product price, I'm using format currency like this. And as you see, it's imported like this. Let's see the result. There is a $sign here. So we have done with this lesson, creating product component, and it's time to publish these changes to the GitHub. So to do that, click here, and then here are the changes we have made, adding images of products and updating app.js and creating product.js. It's time to set a description for these changes. It's product component. Create product component. It's a message for this commit. Keep command or control and press enter, and then click on this icon to publish changes to the GitHub server. After having these changes on the GitHub server, it's time to go to github.com/yourname/React shopping cart. You see, here is the new branch, and we want to create a pull request and merge it with the master. So click here, click create pull request, click on merge pull request, and then confirm the pull request. That's it. The last change we need to do is to change the branch from featured branch to master branch, because we are going to make our code ready for the next changes. So by having this change, it's time to click on this icon and getting the latest changes from the server. So if you check again the app.js, you will see all your changes right here. That's it for this lesson. And for next lesson, we are going to create filter components, adding number of products, ordering by price, and filtering by size. Okay, see you on next lesson. In this lesson, we are going to add filter bar to the shopping cart. To do that, first of all, let's create a new branch like previous lessons. Create new branch and enter the name of branch to filter dash component. Press enter and we start working in this branch. First of all, go to components folder, right click and enter filter.js as a filter component. Type RCC and press tab to create the default class-based component for filter, and we are ready here to start coding the filter component. Let's enter the filter here and go to app.js, and in the section that we dedicate for products, before the products component, enter filter, and when you see this icon and filter, if you press tab, automatically the filter component will be imported at the top of app.js. We need to pass some properties to filter component. The first one is the count. It's the count of products that will be shown as a result. It should be this dot state dot products dot length. Let us start with this one and then go to filter component, and here there should be 3 sections. The first one is for filter result and it should show this dot props dot count. The second one would be for sort, filter sort, and it show order, and there should be a select box that we will implement it later. And the last div is gonna be filter size, and here we show list of sizes and filter the products based on that size. So it's filter with capital F, and here should be a select box to show list of sizes. Here for options, I'm going to use all, and the value would be empty string, and duplicate this for different sizes: X small, small, medium, large, X large, and double X large, and copy the code inside the value section like this, and keep the all empty. For order, there should be 3 items, 3 options. The first option would be the latest. It means that sort items by the latest one. So the new product will be up here at first. The second one is based on price, and the value would be lowest. It should be lowest like this. So the lowest price appear at top, and then duplicate that and change it to highest and make the highest price at top. Very good. We just created this, and there is no need to space here. Order, filter, and here put products and set the class name for the parent div to filter. Let's check the result. You see there are 6 products and there is an order and there is a filter, but they don't work and their style is not correct. We are going to make them in one row like this. To make it happen, open index.css. At the very end of index.css, create a section for create filter class, set display to flex, padding and margin to 1 rem, and set border button to 0.1 rem, gray color, and solid. To draw a line to separate filter from, you see, like this. We need to set justify content to space between to create a space between these items. So let's set justify content to space between, Also for filter child, for all devs, set flex to 1 because we are going to create 3 same and equal size, equal width sections like this. So they are very similar to each other, and the only thing we need to do is to create a space between them. Let's do that by using this order filter, and you see they are super similar to each other. So this part works, but the order and filter doesn't work. We are going to implement them. Let's go to code, open app.js, and for filter, we need to define some properties. First of all, it's size, and it should be this.state.size. Second one is sort, and it should be this.state.sort. So we are passing the size and sort as a property to filter component, and we need to define 2 functions to handle changing size and sorts. So filter products should be this.filter products, and sort products should be this.sort products. Yeah, here we have size and sort, and there should be 2 functions here. Sort products, it just accepts the sort value from filter component, and here we need to implement that. Also for filter products, it just gets the size, and we need to implement that. Let's go to the filter component, and inside this, the value here should be this.props.size. This is exactly is the value that comes from app.js at this point. And when there is a change, on change, the handler would be the app.js, this.props.sort products. So this component is like a dummy component because it doesn't handle anything. It just passes the sort value and the sort action to the parent component right here. So do the same for this one. For filter, the value would be this.props.size, and when user change the size on change, the parent component would be responsible for this change. Filter products. In the app.js, in this section for the sort product, we are going to use event because it's an event parameter that comes into this function. Let's console log event dot target dot value. By having this code, we can read the value that user selected in the select box. Let's use the same one for this, and then go to code. This time we are going to open Google Developer Tools. By pressing F12, you can get access to that. There is a typo in filter.js, and product should be like this. You see, if we check the result, when you select an order like lowest, you see the lowest appears here, or when you select like size M, the M appears here. So we are going to implement the logic of sort and filter in these 2 functions. Let us start with the simple one, which is filter. Convert this function to a method function using this style. By changing to this, I'm able to access to this dot setState method. And for this, the value of size should be event dot target dot value, and products should be filtered. I'm using the products from data.products. Data.products.filter. Inside the filter method for each product, I just check the product dot available sizes dot index of current value, event dot target dot value is greater than or equal to 0. It means that we are going to make sure that this size exists in this array. So all of this should happen if there is a value inside. If it's empty, if value equal to empty string, what we need to set is this dot set state size, and the product should be the all products, the data dot products. And here is the else part. Let's wrap this inside else part. And the size would be event dot target dot value. That's it. Let's check the result. If I select like XL, you see only XL sizes. For large, only large size. For S, there is no size S. X, there is no XL. For XXL, there are 2 products. So we have done with this one. Let's go for the order and sort one. Inside the sort function, we need to change to method function like this. And then what I'm going to do is to use the second form of this dot set state. It's like this dot set state. It accepts the state, current state as a first parameter, and it just returns an object which is the new state. For this object, the sort value should be event.target.value, and the products is very important because we are going to sort products. First of all, we need to get access to state.products. This is the filtered products, and we need to apply sort on the filtered products. But before that, check the sort. Here I'm going to cut this and create a constant sort and set it to current sort and use sort here. It's just for making the code smaller. For the sorting products, first of all, let's put the products. Here we need to create a clone from the filtered products. The filtered products are in the this.state.products. Let's create a clone by using slice array functions, and then there should be a sort function. Sort function accepts 2 parameters, and we need to compare these 2 parameters and return a new object. To send a new object, we need to check the value of sort. If sort equal to lowest, then if a.price less than b.price, then return 1, else return -1. I wrap this inside parentheses. The second condition that I need to check is highest. It is very similar to this one, but the difference is in this condition. So this command will sort from lowest to highest, and this command will sort from highest to lowest. And the last change we need to do, if it's none of this condition, sort based on their ID, underline ID, and it should be like newest. The greater than should appear at top. So here is the code for sort method, and let's check the results. If I select lowest, and if I select highest, and if I select latest, I guess there is something wrong here. Yeah, we need to reverse this. If we make the price like this and in the lowest part and make them reverse, it's gonna work correct. Lowest and highest, and same rules apply to this one. By having this, the smaller the greater ID should be appear at first. That's it for creating a filter bar. We have implemented the sort, filter, and they work both together perfect. Highest, latest, and sort. And if you check the number here, it works. If you make it all, it's gonna be, there is a typo here, it should be products. That's it. If you select all, it's gonna work. And when you change it like n, this number changes. That's it for this lesson. Let's publish it. This works on the GitHub. And like before, it's super simple. Select your React shopping cart, enter a message, filter component, and press Command Enter. And after synchronizing this change, if you go to github.com and inside your repository, you will see compare and pull request button for filter component branch. Like previous lesson, at the end of each feature, we are going to create a pull request because we are going to merge the changes in this branch with master. And here, select confirm merge. And don't forget, at the end, you should come back to your VS Code and change the current branch from feature branch to master branch. And also click on this icon because we are going to get the latest changes. If you check here, your changes about the filter component. But if you click here on this icon, you are requesting the latest change from master, and it's gonna, suddenly it happens. Your changes comes here. And also you need to check the result in your application. Refresh and make sure that it works. That's all for this lesson. For next lesson, what we are going to do is to go for a very important section, and it is cart component. Like this, we are going to enable user to add items to cart and enable to implement a real shopping cart. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement cart components. First of all, let's check the task management. Right here, the yellow row shows that a cart component need to show selected item in the cart on the right sidebar. Implement add to cart. When you click on add to cart, this product will be added to your cart and the text here should be changed. Let's say I just remove this. The shopping cart is empty, but when I add an item to the cart, it shows the number of items in the cart. Let's add another one. You see, it's like this. We need to implement multiple click on add to cart. If I add multiple items from this product, it should increase the number of items of this product. Let's see. And based on it, the total should change. So in this lesson, we are going to implement this section. So we are going to update the value here, show a list of items in the cart, show the total items, and a proceed button. We're not going to implement the proceed one in this lesson, just have it right here. Here is the plan to implement this feature. First of all, we set this task inside the task manager to active one. Then it's time to create a branch. Click here, new branch, cart component. And the next step is gonna be in product.js. We need to set the add to cart event handler to this.props.add to cart because the parent component, which is app.js, is responsible to handle this event. Let's open products component from src components, open products, and you can press Command P or Control P in Windows system and type the name of file you are looking for, like this, like products, and then press enter. It's another way to get access to a file inside VS Code. What we need to change here is the click handler for button. Here is the button, and I'm going to add onClick event. Inside that, this.props.add to cart. But here we need to pass the current product as a parameter. What we need to do is to create an arrow function here, and then inside parentheses, I'm passing product. So we have done step 4. Let's go for step 5. In the app.js, let's create an state for cart items and set it to empty array. Inside app.js, in the state section, set cart items to empty array. It means that by default, there is no item in the cart. Next move should be creating add to cart function. Here next, before sort products, I'm going to define add to cart like a method function, and the parameter is product. And inside this function, first of all, let's create a duplicate from cart items. So const cart items equal to this.state.cartItems.slice. So it's a clone copy of cart items inside state. And then it's time to create a for each over cart items dot for each, and for each element item, I just check if item dot id equal to current product that we are going to add to the cart. If it's already exists, I just update the number of counts. That's it. And also I need to set a flag already in cart to true. And before that, for each, I define a let variable and set the already in cart to false. After this for each, I check if the product is already in cart or not. If it's not in the cart, it means that I need to push this item inside the cart items. So cart items dot push. Here I'm going to use the spread operator using this style dot product. It means that instead of having product, I'm going to have the fields of product here, and then put a comma and set the count to 1. It means that I'm going to add an instance of this product with count number 1 as a new item inside cart items. That's it. Now that I have the new items inside the cart items, it's time to go for implementing the cart sidebar. To implement that, first of all, we need to create a new component inside component folder and set it to cart.js. So let's follow the steps here. We have done the step number 8 and it's time for step number 9. We just created cart.js and it's time to define cart items from this.props. Let's go for it. Inside cart.js, type RCC, press tab to create a class-based component. Inside the render function, first of all, we need to check the cart items. So before that, return command, let's use const cart items. I'm using the deconstructing assignment, this.props. So what's the meaning of this line? You know, from the parent component, I'm getting the cart items here. And here I check the cart items. If cart items.length equal to 0, it means that the cart is empty. Cart is empty. And I'm going to add two styles to this div. The first one is cart. And the second one is cart header to create a border at the bottom of this line. So the second condition, if there is item inside this, let's create another item, but this time cart is not empty. You have this number in the cart. So that's the change we have made inside the cart items. Let's go for testing this. Inside the app.js, first of all, we need to add cart component inside the sidebar. So get rid of this text and use cart component, press tab, and we need to fill cart items like this. And the cart items comes from this state.cart items. Inside product.js, we are using add to cart from props. So we need to go to app.js and inside products component, we need to add to cart. We need to define add to cart as a property, and who is responsible for this? It's this.add to cart. After setting this property, it's time to go to add to cart function, and after adding new stuff to the cart items, we need to update the state. This.set state, and inside that, cart items should be cart items. Now if I click on add to cart, you see I have one item in the cart. Let's add another one. So the first part works, but it's not the same style as this. Let's implement the style for this. Go to index.css inside src folder, and at the very end, create a section index.css. First of all, define cart and then cart header. For cart header, we are going to define a border button, just this border button, 0.1 rem, gray color, solid. For cart, let's define padding 1 rem, margin 1 rem, display flex, and set the flex wrap. Let's check the result. Yeah, as you see, we have the same result like the final one. So it's time to go for creating list of cart items here. To do that, open cart.js and create another div. And inside this div, we are going to define a div for cart items. Set the class to cart, and inside that, define a UL and set class name to cart items. Inside this, we are going to create a map function to convert the cart items to li elements. Cart items.map. Each item should be converted to li. Set the key to this to cart._id, and inside this li we are going to form a row for cart items. First of all, define a div. Inside this div, create an image. Set src of image to cart.image and set alt to cart.title. So here we have the image of this item. It's time to create another div to put the name of this. For name of it, create a div and set cart.title. Also, there should be a button. The button is gonna remove an item from the cart. Unclick should be implemented. This dot props dot remove from cart, and the parameter is item. Don't forget to make it like an arrow function, and the title is remove. For cart items here, it should be item, not cart item. Yes, because we are working on elements of cart items, not the cart items itself. So we just created a very simple form of cart items here. Let's make sure that everything works perfect. Move this div from here inside the parent div. So by this change, there is no error. So I have a parent div. This is the first for showing cart summary, and here is to show the cart data. Let's check the result. Add a new item. You see, it just added to the list, but we need to add some style to make it a small, like this. Make it a small. Good. Let's go for the style. The functionality of cart items works, but for style, we need to go to index.css and create a class for cart items. Set padding to 0 because it's a UL and we are going to reset the padding. Set the width to 100% and set list style type to none. The second style is gonna be for image inside cart items. So for image, I'm going to set the width to 5 rem. For li inside the cart items, we need to set the display to flex because we are going to put stuff in a row and create a padding for div inside the li. So cart items li div, set it to padding to, let's say, 0.5 rem. It's gonna be like 5 pixel. And also for cart items li, for the last child, create flex 1. Here is the result. What I'm gonna do is to move the remove button to the right. Create a right class and set text align to right. After creating right class, it's time to create another div next to item.title and move the button inside that and set the class name for this to right. And don't forget, we need to show the number of items and also the price. It should be like this: item.price, and we are going to use format currency. Press tab and use it, and then create a small x and then item.count. Let's add a new item. Yes, see, it should be like this. I can create a very small space between these two. Just add a space like this. It is very similar to the final one. Let's add class button. And then, yes. Can you compare that? They are very similar to each other. It's time to implement the remove button. For remove, we need to go to app.js, and before add to cart, create remove from cart. It just accepts the item we are going to remove. It just accepts the product we are going to remove. And inside this, we need to create an instance of cart items. And then for cart items, let's filter based on ID is not equal to product.id. So by having this command, we get rid of the current product that user selected to remove. Let's set this as a new cart item in the state. To do that, this dot set a state product cart items equal to, and cut this code and move it right here. By having this code, you just remove the selected item. After creating remove from cart function, it's time to set it as a property for cart. Let's scroll down and find the cart and set remove from cart to this dot remove from cart. Let's check the result. Add to cart, remove from cart. You see, it works. Let's implement the total part. It's very simple. What we need to do is to go to cart component, and at the very end of UL and right after this div, create another div and set the class name to cart, and inside that create another div and set the class name to total. Inside total, create a div for showing total. It should be cart items dot reduce. We are going to reduce function. Reduce function accept two parameters, accumulator and current item. We are going to sum accumulator by current item dot price multiply by current item dot count and set the default value to 0. Don't forget to wrap it inside format currency, because we are going to put a $sign before that. That's it. So here is a total, and don't forget to put a total column and put a space here and create a button. Next to that, set class name to button primary and proceed. We will implement the onClick event later. Let's check the result. You see, when there is no item inside basket, it should be hidden. So for this, I use conditional statement, conditional rendering, check cart items dot length. If is not equal to 0, then I move the whole code here. You see, this time it's not, but if I add an item to cart, you can see this. Let's style the total part to make it like this. Create a dot total, set display to flex, justify content space between, and set width to 100%. For total divs, I mean the direct divs, set flex to 1. And to make it in exactly the same line, set align items to center. Here we need to set flex 1 for button 2, and yeah, it should be like this. And also for font size, for this one, set font size to 2 rem. Yeah, here is the things. Here is our result, and here is the final one. They are very similar to each other. That's it for this lesson. We just implemented a very simple cart components, which has some features like add an item to cart, remove an item from cart, show the total, and show a summary at the top. For the next session, based on this, we are going to add some animation and add a modal box. So let's make it done and set it color green. And the next one should be this. At the end of this lesson, like all lessons, we need to publish our works. Here there are 4 files that have been changed, and we need to add a comment, cart component, and keep control and press enter, and then click on publish changes. After it's done, go to your GitHub repository for this, and here there should be a new alert. Click on compare and pull request, click create pull request, click merge pull request, and confirm it. That's it. Let's go back to VS Code, click on cart component, select master, and then click on synchronize changes. So by having this, you are ready for next feature. Don't forget to check your result and make sure that it works like before. That is great. So see you on next lesson to add some animation and front-end stuff to the work. Until that, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to implement checkout form. As you see, it's gonna show checkout form to get buyer data. Let's make it active one by clicking here, make it yellow, and change it to active feature. And then go to VS Code and create a branch. For this, it's gonna be checkout form, and we are ready to start coding for this. Here is the plan. First of all, we need to go cart.js, and before moving to checkout part, we need to make the cart items persistent. We are going to use a local storage to save and retrieve cart items. If you add an item here and then refresh, it's gonna be removed. We are going to make them persistent when refresh the page. First of all, we need to go to app.js, and inside the method for adding item right here, after adding items and after setting the state, it's time to use local storage dot set item. Here we need to set two fields. The first one is the key, as the second one is the value. Let's set the key to cart items, and the value should be a string, but the point is the cart item is a JavaScript object, so we are going to use json.stringify to convert a JavaScript object to a string. So we need to implement this line of code in removing from cart right here. After setting the state, update the cart items based on this data. In the app.js and in the constructor, instead of setting cart items as a empty array, we remove that and use this json.parse. It's in reverse of json.stringify, and we are going to read from local storage get item. And what would be the name of the item? Yes, it's the name that we have used in set item. It's gonna be cart items. So by having these three simple lines of code, we are able to make the cart items persistent during refreshing pages. Let's test it. Oops. Also, but don't forget, we need to make sure that this object exists. So here, first of all, I check existence of this. If it exists, use this, else use empty array. Now, if I click add to cart and refresh, you see, I have it right here. Let's try that. And this time I'm going to remove this one. Remove this and refresh. Oops, the remove doesn't work. Let's make sure what's the reason it doesn't work. Inside the remove, I'm just setting cart item. Aha, it should be this dot state dot cart items, because after filtering we set the filtered data inside the state. Let's check it again. Click on remove and refresh. Oops, it doesn't work again. I'm going to use this style to make sure that it works perfect. It's exactly the value I'm going to set inside the cart items. Let's refresh and remove an item and refresh. Aha, this time it does work. Let's test again. Add an item and then remove the one that has 4 and then refresh. Yes, it does work. That's great. This is the first part of this session, and the next part is about implementing a checkout form. we are going to implement something like this. When user click on proceed, there should be a form to get email, name, and address from user. And when user click on checkout, we prepare data to save into database, but the backend part is gonna be done in future lessons. Very good. Let's go for it. We have done until step 6, and it's time to go for step 7. We need to handle the click event on proceed. Let's go to cart.js. And when user click on proceed, we need to, yes, right here, on click, we need to update this.setState, show checkout to true. And at the very beginning of this page, let's define constructor and don't forget to apply probs and super probs, and this dot state should be show checkout to false. It means that by default we do not like to show checkout form, but if user click on proceed at this point, we set it to true. So it's time to implement the checkout form. Here is the place to create that. First of all, we need to check this.state.show checkout. If it is true, then it's time to create a div to show checkout form. Create a div, set the class name to cart, create a form, set on submit to this.create order, because we are going to create an order. Inside this form, let's make it close like this. We need to create a parent div right here, and then wrap all of this to div inside that. Okay, inside the form, create a UL, set the class name of this UL to form container, and inside the container create li for label and for input. The type of input for first one is gonna be email. It is required, and on change I want to define a function to handle input. Set the label to email. I'm going to make it smaller. Yeah, this is the email part. Let's duplicate this for name and address. Change it to name. The type is text. Change this to address, and the label should be address. Sorry, the type should be text. So here I'm getting email, name, and the address. Don't forget to set a name field for them, like this. And also for this, the name is gonna be name. And for this input, the name is gonna be email. When user click on handle input, what I need to do is to create a function handle input. It's just a method function that accepts event, and inside this event I'm going to get access to the name of input box and the value of it and set the state based on it. So this dot set state should be here I'm using a square bracket and this dot and e dot target dot name, and the value should be e dot target dot value. By having this, I update the state of this component, and the default value for name should be empty string, email again empty, and address should be empty too. When user click on create order, but before that let's implement the li for create button. Here define button. The type of button should be submit, and the value or caption of it should be checkout. Set class to button primary. Let's go and implement the onSubmit handler. The name of it is create order. Create order, it's like this. Here the event object is raised by form, so I'm using e.prevent default because I'm not gonna refresh the page when user click on submit. And then it's time to create an order object. Orders equal to name is this dot state dot name, and also for email address and orders it should be email and address and cart items. It comes from props.cart items. So here is an order object, and we need to save this. This dot props dot create order and pass the order object. So this form or component is not responsible to saving this. The parent component should save that. So inside the app.js, which is the parent, I'm going to define a create order, and then it just accepts the order here, and I just put an alert. Need to save order for, and I'm just putting order.name. We will implement this later. Let's check the result. When I click on proceed, there should be a form like this, and when I enter test and click on checkout, it just gives me an error that I need to enter the right email. And if I enter empty string, it just shows that I need to fill that. And when I click on checkout, I get an error. It says that this.props.create order is not a function because we need to pass the create order as a property for cart component. Let's go to cart component, and here it's time to set create order this.createOrder. By having this change, let's check the result and click on proceed and enter data and click on checkout. You see, you need to save order for this. That's great. It's time to add style for email, name, and address. It's gonna be like this. Let's go for it. Open your index.css. Open index.css. For form container, set padding to 0 and list style type to none, and also set the width to 100%. It's gonna be similar like this. It's time to create a form container li, set display to flex, and flex direction to column. And create a padding like 1 rem. So it should be like this. And also for the form itself, set width to 100%. And it's time to add some padding to input. Set padding to 1 rem. And also set border to 0.1 rem. C0, 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 solid. Yeah. So it should be very similar to this one, you see? Very similar to each other. So we have done with this lesson, and it's time to publish changes and create a pull request. Click here, and here is the number of files we have changed together. There are 3 files: app.js, index.css, and cart.js. The title of this message, it should be checkout form. And control click, and then publish changes. After publishing changes, like always, it's time to go to this repository, and don't forget, it should be yours, not mine. And an alert should be appear right here. Click compare and pull request, create pull request, and click on merge pull request. After that, go back to VS Code, change your branch to master, and then click on refresh icon to get the latest changes from server. By having this setting, you are ready to implement the next feature. As a last step, go to your task management, set this as a done, and change the color to green. So we are ready for the next feature, which is add modal and animation. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to add animation and modal to the project. First of all, when you refresh your page in the final version, you can see when the product is loading, there is an animation from bottom to top. When you add to cart an item, there is an animation from left to right. And when you click on proceed, there is another animation like fade from right to left. So there are 3 And the last one, when you click on a product, a modal like this appears and there is a zoom animation for you. That's it. Let's implement this feature together. So it comprises of two sections. The first section is about adding animation and the second one is about adding modal. So the first step is to create a branch. It is very easy. Click on master, click new branch, enter animation dash modal as a name of branch and press enter, and you are good to go to start coding here. Based on the plan, we are going to show animation. First step is to install a package like React-Reveal. Let's open terminal and then npm install React Reveal. After installing this, it's time to go for the next step. What's that? It's create a fade effect from bottom to top for products. To do that, we need to open the products component, go to src folder inside the components, open products, and then what we need to do is to import fade from React Reveal slash. Here you see a list of animation effects, and what we are looking for is fade. You can try others if you like. What's the next step? Is to wrap the whole UL inside fade and set the direction of fade from bottom and set the cascade to true. Wrap the whole UL inside the fade. Also, by having only cascade is enough, having this property is enough, and it makes the items inside li comes right after each other, not in one time, you know. So let's check the result. You see, if you refresh it again, you can see that it comes from bottom to top. That's it. We have done the first animation and it's time to go for the second one. What's the second one? It's add to cart. When you click, it shouldn't be appear like this. It should be like this. Let's go for it. For sure, it should happen inside the cart component. So let's open the cart component. Here we are going to use fade again. React Reveals slash fade. And let's go for, right before cart items, add fade. This time it should come from left, and also it should be cascade too. Cut the closing tag and move it to after UL. Let's check it. You see, when I add a new item like this, you can see there is an animation right here. That's it. So we have done the second one. Let's go for the process. It should, when I click here, it shouldn't be appear suddenly. It should appear like this, from right to left. To do that, what I'm gonna do is to go to the checkout part, and for the div for checkout, I am going to create a fade. This time it's gonna come from right, cascade here too, and wrap the whole cart div inside this. It's gonna be like this. When I click on process, you see, something like this happens. So it makes the website attractive for people and just encourage you to buy stuff. That's it. Let's go for the harder part, and it's gonna be adding modal. As you see, when I click on the image of a product, a modal like this appears. Let's go for it. To open a modal by clicking on a product image, first of all, we need to install React modal. Open terminal, npm install React modal. After installing React modal, it's time to go products.js and import modal. We are going to set the state for product to null. Let's go to product.js and here import modal from React modal like this. These components need to have a state to show modal or hide modal. To do that, let's define the constructor probs, call super on probs, and then this dot state. Here is the initial value for modal. We are going to depend modal visibility to the product. If product exists, show it. If it doesn't exist or it's null, do not show the modal. So we need to find the location to fill the value for product, and it's gonna be on click on the image of this product. On click, it should be open modal. But the point is, it needs to be like an arrow function, open modal, and the open modal accept the current product as a parameter and prefix with this because we need to implement that right before render. Open modal, define it like a method function which accepts product as a parameter, and inside this there is a very simple line of code. This dot set state product. So what happens by running this line of code? We fill the value of a state. We fill the state product with the selected product right here. When user click on a product, it should be set as a product of the state of the component. We need to define the close modal too, but this time it doesn't accept any parameter. And what it does is in the reverse functionality of open modal set state, this time product should be null. So here we have done with event handling, and it's time to create a real modal. We need to use conditional rendering. If product exists, then you can show the modal component. But first of all, we need to introduce modal inside the render function. I'm using deconstructing assignment from state. And inside the modal, I'm going to use zoom effect. Inside the zoom, there should be a div. And I just set the title to modal. Don't forget to import zoom like this. Import zoom from React Reveal /zoom. For modal, there is a property and it is open. We need to set it to true because when there is a product, this modal will be rendered. Let's check it and click. You see, it's the modal. So we need to find a way to close that, put a button and set on click to this dot close modal, and I'm going to use a small x and set the class name to close modal. Also for the modal itself, set on request close to the this dot close modal. Check the result, click. Here is the modal. When I click on close, it's gonna get closed like this. So it's time to add the data about this product here, like this. Let's implement this part. First of all, create a div and set the class name for this div to product details. Inside product details, there are two columns. The first one is an image, and the source of this image is gonna be product.image. Don't forget to set alt and set the alt to product.title. And the second one is gonna be a div, and the class name for this div is product details description. Product details description. There are 3 paragraphs inside product item description. The first one is product title, product.title. I'm going to make it strong because it's the title of product. The second paragraph is gonna be product description. And the last one is gonna be available sizes. The available sizes is an array, so I'm going to use product.available sizes.map, and inside the map I'm going to define a span and put an empty space like this, and then put a button, set the button class name to button, and the value or the caption of this button is gonna be the X itself, like this. So here is the available sizes, and I'm going to put a colon and a space here to create distance between buttons and available sizes. That's it. The 3 paragraphs are here, and the last one is gonna be the price. Inside product price div, there should be a div to show the price itself. Product.price, but we are going to wrap it inside format currency function because it's a price. And the second column next to price is the add to cart button. Set class name to button primary and set on click to what? To what we need to do is to, first of all, this dot close modal should run, and before closing modal we need to call this dot add to cart this product and close the button add to cart. Let's check the result. When you click on a product, you see something like this. So everything's in terms of functionality is okay. Also, for add to cart, make it this.props.add to cart. So in terms of functionality, if you click on a product, you can see the functionality works perfect. You know, if you click on a product and click add to cart, it should work. But the point is, in terms of presentation, we need to make it like this. To do that, we have to use flex. Let's go to index.css and at the very end, create a section for product details. I'm going to create a class for product dash details. So because we are going to arrange stuff next to each other, we need to set display to flex. And because we want to make it responsive, set flex wrap to wrap and set a space between for justify content. The next thing I'm gonna do here is to set the max height, and let's make it 96 viewport height. For image inside product details, what I'm going to do, first of all, set max height to 100 viewport height and set max width, let's say 46 rem, and we are going to make it center aligned. Margin should be 0 auto. For product details description, there should be flex 1 and 1 and set a margin like 1 rem. And the last thing is close modal button. Set position to absolute, set right to 1 rem and top to 2.5 rem, and set index to a big number, z index to, let's say, 1000, and let's check the result. If I refresh and click on a product, you can see it should be like this, which is very similar to the final one. So we have done with adding animation and modal to the project. Let's try again. I just click on a product. There is a zoom animation and also there is a modal. When I click on add to cart, there is animation to add item to cart. I can add item directly. And when I click on process button, there is animation from right to left. And then I'm ready to go for publishing this change on the GitHub repository. Click here, select this. And as you see, you can see the list of changes here. If you don't like to add package-lock.json to the GitHub repository, right click here and then add to git ignore like this. And then put a message. And the message is gonna be animation and modal. Add animation and modal. Press Command or Control Enter and then click on Publish Changes. After publishing changes, it's time to go to GitHub repository for this project and merge this pull request. The last step for every feature is to go to Google Spreadsheet, make the task as a done, and then get ready for the next feature. And don't forget, you need to change the branch to master to start the new feature. Until next lesson, which is about creating a backend for products. Bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create a very simple backend using Node, Express, and MongoDB. If you check the final version of project, I'm just opening the dev tools right here, and in the network section, if I refresh the page inside the XHR, you can see there is a request right here, and this request is the address API/products, and here is the result. It's an array of JavaScript object as a JSON format right here. We are going to implement a very simple backend like this. To do that, like always, we need to go to the React Shopping Cart planning spreadsheet, and then it's time to make this task as an active one. Set it as active, and then let's go and create a product backend branch. Open VS Code, and inside the project React Shopping Cart, I'm going to click, and inside the project React Shopping Cart, click on Master, New Branch, and set the branch name to Products-Backend. Press Enter, and then we are in the right branch. It's time to follow the instructions right here. First of all, we need to install Nodemon. Nodemon is like Node, but the difference is it checks your code changes, and when there is a change, rerun your project. So open a new terminal and then npm install Nodemon, and then press enter. After installing Nodemon, it's time to go to package.json file, and we need to add a new script right here. The name of the script is server, and the command is gonna run is Nodemon server.js. So whenever you run npm run server, this command will run. So right click inside the root folder, new file, and create server.js. In this file, we are going to implement the backend. To implement the backend, we need to install some libraries. They are Express, Body Parser, Mongoose, and ShortID. We use Express as a web server, Body Parser to parse the data inside a post request to the server. Mongoose, it connects us to the MongoDB database, and ShortID is like a library to create a user-friendly ID to save as a product ID. After installing Nodemon, it's time to install other packages. So to do that, npm install the first one, Express, Body Parser, Mongoose, and ShortID. Don't forget to put space between the name of packages and then wait to install them. It takes a while to install all of these packages, and after that we are ready to go for implementing the server inside server.js. Yeah, that's it. We have done with this. And here, first of all, we need to import all of these packages. Define like a constant for the first package, which is Express, and use require to import the Express package. And that's it. I just duplicate this 3 times for body parser and body parser, mongoose and mongoose. And the last one is gonna be short ID and short ID. That's it. The next step to create a web server using Express is to run Express as a function and set the result inside app variable const app express. After that, it's time to use body parser app.use body parser. Good. What would be the next step? In the next step, we are going to initialize Mongoose database. To do that, run mongoose.connect, and inside the connect there are two parameters. The first one is the URL of connection to the MongoDB database. It should be like this: MongoDB // localhost / and here the name of your database comes, and let's say React shopping cart DB. As I said before, there are two parameters for connect, and the second parameter is a bunch of options. These options is defined for better connecting to the database. The first option is gonna be use new URL parser and set it to true. Second one is gonna be use create index and set it to true. And the last one is about topology, use unified topology and set it to true. Good. We just connected to the MongoDB at this point, and it's time to define the first endpoint. It should be like this: app.get /API/products, and the responder to this endpoint is gonna be this request response. And inside the body of function, I'm going to get access to the database and the table of product. But before that, we need to define the product model. Let's keep it like this and go to above of this function and define your model. Const product equal to mongoose.modal. Mongoose.modal is responsible for creating a model, and this model accepts two parameters. The first one is the name of this collection inside the database, and the second one is the list of fields of this model into the database. Let's set the name to products. And for the columns or fields of this model, it should be like this: new mongoose.schema. And inside the mongoose.schema, what we're gonna do is to define a bunch of columns. Let's say the first one is gonna be underline ID, and the type of it is gonna be short ID dot generate. So by having this line of code, when you create a new product into the database, a new ID from short ID dot generate function will be created and set to the ID. What would be the next fields for the product? You can open the data.json and see the list of fields: image, title, description, available sizes, and price. Let's go and implement them. The first one is gonna be title, and its type is a string. I'm going to duplicate this and set the next fields like description, image, price, and available sizes. The price is of type number, and the available sizes is like an array of a string. So we have done with creating product model. The next step is to go inside products API and get the list of products from database. It should be like this: const products equal to get list of products. First of all, we need to get access to the model and call function find like this, and the parameter is empty parameter. It means that there is no condition, return all products. That's it about this. But the point is the find is a promise. So to get the real data, what we need to do is to use the new syntax of async await function. Make the function async, and here use await. And at this point, we have a list of products inside products variable, and to send back to the client, use res.send products. It's time to create a new product. By having this API, we can return the list of products, but the point is there is no products inside the database. We need to create an endpoint to create a product. To do that, first of all, define app.post. This time, I'm going to use HTTP post method because we are going to create a product. And it should be very similar to the get one, but this time it is like this: rec res. And at this point, we need to create a new product. Const new product equal to new product, and the parameter that goes into there is gonna be rec.body. So when I'm sending a request from frontend to this endpoint, we need to fill rec.body with the data of the new product. After creating a new product, it's time to save that into the database. Const saved product equal to await new product dot save. And at the end, I just res.send saved product. By having 3 lines of code, we were able to create a new product inside the database. The last step to create this Express server is to listen to a port and launch the server. First of all, let's define the port. The port number comes from process.env.port. It's a special variable that sets the port number. But if it doesn't exist, I use the default port number 5000. And at the end, app.listen, and listen to the port. And if it goes well, I just console.log serve at http://localhost 5000. That's it. By having 39 lines of code, we were able to create a very simple Node, Express, and MongoDB server. And by having this server, we can get a list of products and create new products. Let's add the last API, and it's gonna be delete product. To delete product at this endpoint, it should be /API/products/:ID, and it means that it just a placeholder to get the ID of the product we're gonna be deleted. And then async await res, rec and res, and inside that we are going to delete that product. Here I'm going to define the deleted product like this. Await. The function I'm gonna use comes from the product modal. Product.find by ID and delete. And the parameter that goes to there is rec.params.id. So this ID is exactly the value that user enter right here. By deleting the product, it's time to return a result to the user. res.send deleted product. So far, we created the server, and it's time to install MongoDB. If you remember from the installing tools, which is about the second lesson of this course, you know that to install MongoDB, you need to go to this address, mongodb.com/download center/community, and select your operating system and click download and follow the instruction to install MongoDB. After successful installation of MongoDB, you are ready to run the code. But to run the code, we need Postman. Postman is a tool that you can run your API and get the result. Go to postman.com and download the app and follow the instruction and run it. At the end, you will have Postman like this. What we want to do at this step is to test all of these three endpoints. Let us start with the first one, which is /API/products, and don't forget to prefix that with this address. I just copy this address and then click on plus icon, enter the address and put on a /API/products. Before running this endpoint, we need to go to VS Code and open a new terminal, and inside this terminal we need to run npm run server. If you remember from the package.json, by running npm run server, this command will run. It just run the server.js. npm run server. By running node run server, I get this error. This error says that I need to update the schema. Inside the ID part, I set the type to a string and set the default to short id.generate, because the ID is of type string, and I'm going to set the default value for it to the data that comes from this function. Here, when you save this file, you can see that at the end it just rerun your server automatically. That's the benefit of using Nodemon in your project. So here my server is ready at this address, and it's time to go to Postman and run this endpoint. Click on send, and it's waiting. It means that there is something wrong here. The problem is in line 7, the body parser is an object, and I'm going to call the JSON function of this object. So it means that when a new request comes into this server, it treats the body as a JSON and interpret that as a JSON content. Let's run it again. And as you see, here is the answer, and it's an empty array. Very good. it's time to test the second API. It's creating a new product. To create that, I just go to Postman, click on plus icon, set the method to post, and then set the URL exactly like the get one. So we need to go to body section, and then here I just select raw, and inside this combo box I select JSON, and then it's time to go to data.json file and copy the first element and go back to here. After pasting the data here, just remove this one because we are going to set the ID automatically by short ID. And then click on send. Here is the result. If you check the body of response, you can see that the ID created automatically and this data saved into the database. To test the result, go back to get method and click on send. You get an array and it contains one element, and this element is gonna be the new created products. Do the same for the next 5 products like this. I just open the post and copy this one, go back here, delete and paste it, get rid of ID here and get rid of the comma at the end and click on send. Number 3, get rid of ID and send. Number 4, get rid of ID and send. 5, get rid of ID and send. And the last one is gonna be this. Get rid of ID and send. That's it. Let's go to get one and click on send. And if you check the result, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items inside this endpoint. We are ready to use this endpoint inside the React application by running this address using frontend, using Ajax libraries like Fetch, Axios, and others. To test the deletion, we can enter a new one which is wrong. There is no dress 7. Let's make it dress 7 and send it. I just created a wrong product. If you run it again, you can see that at the very end, you have a wrong item. How can I delete that? To delete that, just copy the ID of this and create a new request, set the request to delete and set the address to this one, /API/products and the ID of the product you are going to delete. So click on send, and if you run it again, the get method at the very end, there is no dress 7. So that's it for this lesson. What we did together is to create a very simple server using Node, Express, and MongoDB. And if you check the lines of code, you can see there are only 44 lines of code to create a get, post, and delete request endpoint for this project. For the next lesson, we are going to use this API. So don't forget to commit these changes. I just set it to backend, products backend, and press this icon, and then click right here to upload these changes to the GitHub repository. After it's done, go to your repository and you see this message. Click on compare and pull request like always. Click on create pull request and then click on merge pull request and confirm it. That's it. We have done with this branch and it's time to go back to the VS Code, select master branch, and then click right here to get the latest result from the merged branch, and you are ready to start a new branch and add a new feature. Don't forget, in the React spreadsheet, just make this task as a done and set the status to done. In the next lesson, we're gonna work on add Redux to create an store and connect to this backend to fetch the products from the server. Until that, bye-bye. Welcome to this lesson. This lesson is gonna be a bit tough because we are going to use Redux as a part of this tutorial. So what we are going to do is to get the list of products from the server we just implemented in the previous course, but this time the data should come from a Redux store. So to implement that, first of all, we need to know what Redux is. Let's check this chart. Here is the workflow of Redux. I'm quite sure that you remember the React component that we have used already in this project. A React component like products component get a list of products from the parent component, which is app.js. But this time it's gonna get that from the Redux store. We are going to use Redux as a parent for the product component instead of app.js. So what are the benefits of Redux? There are lots of benefits in Redux, making your state predictable and manage multiple state of component together in a central place, which is a store. Let's review the workflow of a Redux application. When we are in the view, like in products, to get the list of products, we need to call an action. Here is the number 1. An action should happen. When we call an action creator happens, and this action creator dispatch to the Redux store. Inside the Redux store, there are two things. The first one is current state, and the second one is a bunch of reducers. Based on the action you dispatch to the store, a reducer fires and change the state to another state. Let's say in this case, change the list of products from empty array to a list of products that comes from the server. And then at this step, the reducer, when return the data, the store update the view based on the new data, which is in this case the list of products. The question is, where do we need to send the AJAX request? It's here in the action creator. So inside the reducer, you do not have any asynchronous actions like sending requests and stuff like this. There is only changing or modifying the state. So now that we know how Redux works, it's time to get to code and start coding. Here is the process to add Redux to our project. First of all, we need to update the task manager. Let's go to the task manager here, and we are going to work on this. I just set it to yellow and the action status is active. The next one, based on our plan, is gonna be creating a branch add Redux products. Click here inside the master, create new branch and set branch name to add Redux products and press enter. Next step is gonna be installing Redux and React Redux and Redux Func. By having these three packages, we are able to apply Redux to our React application. I just copy this code from here, open a new terminal, and then paste it right here. Press enter and wait a while to install all three packages. After installing this, it's time to create types, because based on the diagram that we have here, we need to create an action, and each action has a type. So we are going to create the types at the first step. To do that, right-click on src folder and create new file, set the file name to types.js, and set the type name to fetch products. I just export that, const fetch underline products. Make it all capital because it's a type, and set it to a literal string exactly like this constant name. That's it. We have done these steps. It's time to go for step 8, and it's creating an action. And let's go and create a folder actions, and inside that we are going to implement the actions for products. Right click on src folder, new folder, actions. Inside actions, right click new file and set the file name to product actions.js. Inside product actions, we are going to export the functions. Export const fetch actions. This function accepts no parameters because we are not going to filter the products. We are going to get the list of all products. So it should be empty array, and it just returned a new function which is like this. It is a function that accepts a dispatch, and this function body is gonna be like this. Here we need to dispatch an action. In this function, first of all, we need to get data from server. Fetch /API /products. I'm going to use async await style. Set this function as a async and set this fetch method as a await. I'm going to set the result inside res, and it's time to get res.data, which contains the list of products, and dispatch that as action. So it's gonna be like this. Dispatch accept an object, and this object contains two values. The first one is type, which is gonna be of type fetch products, and the second one is gonna be payload, and the payload is res.data. We need to import fetch products like this. Press tab and it's gonna get imported automatically from types file. That's it. We just implemented the fetch products, not fetch actions. Fetch products. Let's go back to the plan. Here we were supposed to implement fetch products, and it's time to create a reducer. If you check the diagram, we have done with creating actions, and it's time to create the reducer. Let's go for it. Inside reducer folder, create product reducers. Right click on src, new folder, reducers. Inside reducers, right click, new file, product reducers.js. Inside product reducer, I'm going to define a function products reducer, and it's going to get two parameters. The first one is current state and the second one is the action. The current state, I just set it to empty object by default, and for the action I set the action like this, and inside this function we are going to use a switch case, and inside this switch case the value we're gonna evaluate is action.type. So here in the case part, if action.type is fetch product, what I'm gonna do is to set action.payload inside the state. So I just return the new state. Items is gonna be action.payload. For the default case, let's just return a state. And don't forget, we need to export this. So by having this simple reducer, when I get new data from actions, I update those data inside the Redux store. So we have done this step, and it's time to go and create a store. If you check the diagram, we have done this one and the reducer one, and it's time to go the main part, which is a store. To implement that, it is super easy. Just go to the root folder inside src, right click, new file, and set the file name to store.js. Inside the store.js, we need to import create a store and apply middleware from Redux. After that, it's time to import func from React Func. Inside the Redux, we need to import combined reducer too. So the beginning code of the store is gonna be just importing some stuff, and the action code here is define the initial state. I just set it to an empty object, and then create the store itself. Const store accept multiple parameters. The first one is reducers. So I'm going to use combine reducers, and inside the combined reducer, I want to combine all the reducer I have together. This case, I just have one reducer, and it is product reducer. So I just set it like name value, products equal to products reducer. Don't forget, you need to import product reducer from /reducers/product reducers, and it should be inside curly brackets because it's not a default export, it's a named export. The second parameter of create a store is initial state. I just set it to initial state, and the last parameter is middlewares. We are going to use Redux Func middlewares because inside our actions we are sending async requests to the server to get the data. So that's why we have to use Redux Func to handle this type of actions. So to use apply middleware, first of all we need to import compose function. So what I'm gonna do is to use compose function to compose all middlewares together. The other middlewares we are going to use along with Redux Func is Redux DevTools for Chrome. To use that, I just define const compose enhancer equal to window dot Redux DevTools extension compose. If this exists, what I'm gonna do is to use this, else I use the default compose function. By having this line of code, I can send all information about the Redux store to Chrome Redux DevTools, and I can monitor whatever happened there, including actions, status, and any other data. For the third parameter of create a store, I'm going to use compose enhancer, and inside that, I just use apply middleware, and the middleware that I'm gonna use is func. At the end, don't forget to export default store. So by having these 14 lines of code, I just created a Redux store. Let's get back to the plan. It's time to use a store. We need to go to app.js and import a store there and wrap all components inside provider. Let's go to app.js and then import store from store. And we are going to use a store inside the render function. Wrap the whole div inside provider. Provider is a component from React Redux library. I'm using this component to wrap the whole components inside provider, and provider accepts a value which is a store. I just set the store attribute to the store that comes from Redux store. Close it and cut the closing tag and paste it at the end of div. That's it with the configuration of app.js. Let's go back to plan. It's time to connect products component to the Redux store. To do that, we need to go to products.js and then use connect function there. Inside component folder, select products, and instead of export default, just make it simple class name, and at the very end, use export default. And here I'm going to use connect. Connect accept two parameters. The first one is a function that accepts state and return an object that define which part of a state we are gonna use, which part of Redux state we are going to use. Here only we are going to use the products. And it's gonna come from state.products. So this is the first parameter of connect. The second parameter of connect is list of actions. Let's create an object, and the actions we are gonna use is fetch product. So here press tab to import fetch product. The connect function itself return another function, and another function accept a parameter, and the parameter is the name of component we are going to connect, and the component name is product. So don't forget to import fetch products and connect at the very top of the screen. I just import connect. It's coming from React Redux library, and it's time to import fetch product from actions/products actions. That's good. I just imported the fetch products action right here. And here is the changes that I have made inside the product.js. Let's go back to the plan. So it's time to fetch products inside component did mount. Let's go to product.js component and define component did mount like this. Inside that, I'm going to call fetch products, but it should be called from props. This.props.fetch products like this. After calling fetch products in the component did mount, we need to update the product.js at the very end and set the last line to state.products.items. The reason is inside the product reducer. If you open the product reducer right here, you can see that for product reducer, we set the items variable. So inside the component, we need to use the items to get access to the list of products that comes from server. The next step is gonna be updating package.json. Let's open package.json file, and inside that we need to set a proxy. And by having this proxy, we do not need to prefix the server name in each request. So the server I'm gonna use is import 5000. It should be https://localhost:5000 and put a comma here. That's it about setting proxy. And the next one is gonna be running the server. To run the server, first of all, I just close all opening terminal, open a new terminal, and run npm run server to run the server that we have created in previous lesson at this port, and open another terminal. And in this terminal, I'm going to run again npm start to run the React application. If you run the project, you will get an error and it says that property map undefined cannot read. To fix this issue, what we need to do is to go to product.json, and inside the map function, at the very beginning of loading products component, the product is null. So I need to set a conditional rendering here if this dot props dot products does not exist, show loading message. Else, I just cut this UL completely and move it right here. Don't forget to change this to question mark because it's a two value condition. If it's null, it just render loading, but if there is a products array, it just render this list of item. So the last change inside product action, the data that comes from fetch method need to be converted to JSON. Const data res dot like this, and then pass this data to payload. And at this line inside product.json, the JSON function return a promise, so we need to make it await like this. So let's run the project and check the result. As you see here, I have a list of products right here, and this products comes from the server. Don't forget to open the Redux DevTools and click on Products. And inside the difference, you can see that by running this action, this change has been done inside in your state. It means that your state changed from empty to list of products. You can step back and run it again by clicking on play icon. At the very first, it's loading, and then it just sends the list of products into the screen. So that's it about Redux and fetching data from server and showing in the screen. So we have done with the coding in this lesson, and it's time to go to repository part. And for these changes, I need to set add Redux products comment, press Ctrl or Command Enter, and then click on this icon to publish your changes to the GitHub repository. Also here, set this action as a done and make the state like done. Then go to GitHub repository for this project to merge the pull request right here. Create pull request, merge, and confirm merge. At the very end, it's time to update your current branch to master, and then click on this icon to get the latest change from the server. So by having this, we are ready to implement new features, and until that time, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to add the filter component to Redux store. If you check the current state of project and open the dev tools and go to Redux, if you change the order, like make it lowest, or change the size, make it like this, there is no action or status inside the Redux store. But in the production version, if you check the Redux and change it to, let's say, XL, you can see filter products by size action is gonna run, and it just changed the Redux store to this value. So what we are going to do in this lesson is to add Redux to the filter component. Ready? Good. First of all, like always, we just go to Task Manager, set the current task to active one, like this. And then we are ready to go for branching. Open VS Code, open the project, and then click on Master, create a new branch, set the branch name to Add Redux Filter, and press Enter. Let's follow the steps to add Redux to the filter component. First of all, we need to go to type.js and then create two constant filters, filter products by size and order products by price. Press Ctrl P or Command P in Mac and type types.js. I'm going to duplicate this line and change them to filter products by size. Copy and paste it right here, and sort and order products by price, and copy and paste it right here. We have done this step, and it's time to go to product actions and create two functions, filter products and sort products. Let's open product actions from src actions, product actions, And here I'm gonna add filter products. Export const filter products. Filter products accept two parameters. The first one is all products that come from server. And the second one is the size we are going to filter those products based on that size. First one is products. And the second one is gonna be size. Like always, because we are using React Func, we need to return another function, and this function has dispatch parameter, and inside this function we need to dispatch an action that change the Redux store. Dispatch. As I said before, an action is an object, and there are two values for each action. The first one is action type, which is filter products by size. And the second one is payload. For payload, I'm gonna send an object, so it should be inside curly brackets. And this object contains two values. The first one is the selected size, and the second one is filtered products. So size is gonna be the size that user selected, and items is gonna be based on the size. If size equal to empty string, I just return all products, else I use products.filter function, and inside that I check x.available sizes array. It should be like this, index of size. And the return value of index of should be greater than or equal to 0 because it's an index array. Let's import filter products by size. Import filter products by size from types. Let's go back to the README file. After implementing filter products, we need to go for sort products. I define another function, export const sort products. Sort products accept two parameters. The first one is filtered products, and the second one is sort. Like before, I return a dispatch, and inside this function, I need to dispatch. For this dispatch, the type is gonna be order products by price. And for the payload, I need to return an object. The first value is sort itself, and the second value is items. For items, I need to sort data right here. I just set it to sorted products, and I need to define sorted products at the very beginning of this function, const sorted products. What I'm gonna do at this step is to create a clone copy of filtered products. It should be like this, filtered products dot slice. So I just made a copy of it, put assignment operator, and put arrow function right here. That's it. We need to import order products by price constant, and it's time to sort products right here. To sort products, first of all, I need to check sort itself. If it's equal to empty string, it means that it should be sorted by ID. So to do that, I just call sort function on sorted products, and sort functions accept two parameters, A and B, and it just return a true or false. If A dot underline ID greater than B dot underline ID, then return 1, else return -1. The else part. For the else part, the sort is gonna be based on the price. Sorted products dot sort, like before, A and B, and inside that I just check the sort. If it is equal to lowest price, I check A dot price greater than B dot price, and if it's like this, I return 1, else I return -1. So if you check here, this is the question mark, this is the colon, and if A dot price greater than B dot price, this time I return -1 and 1. So this condition sort based on the lowest to highest, and this one sort based on highest to lowest. So we have done the sort function right here and return the sort data. Let's get back to the plan. What we're gonna do is to go to the product reducers and define case for filter products by size and order products by price. Open reducer folder, product reducer, and we need to define two cases. The first one is filter product by price, and it just return. Here I'm going to use triple dot state. It means return current state, but if I change a value inside this state, it's gonna be merged with the current state. So what I'm gonna do is to update filtered item, and it should comes from action dot payload dot items. Also, I need to set size to action dot payload dot size. It's time to define the case for order products by price, and I just return current state, but I want to change two values. The first one is gonna be sort that comes from action.payload.sort, and the second one is filtered items, which comes from action.payload.items. Let's go for next step inside the README file. We need to go to filter.js and connect props and actions to Redux store. Inside src folder, open filter and cut this from class, export, and paste it here and use connect function. Connect function accept two parameters. The first one is map state to props. So the state is gonna be mapped with this way. I'm going to map size from state.products.size. Second one is gonna be sort state.products.sort, and products itself state.products.items, and the last one filtered products comes from state.products.filtered items. So this is the first parameter of connect for mapping state to props, and the second parameter is for mapping actions. So I just create an object, and the actions that I'm going to import here are filtered products and sort products. Filter products and sort products. Don't forget, we need to import these two at the very top. Import filter product from action product action filter product. Yes. And the other one is sort products. And for the connect function, we need to define the component that is gonna be wrapped inside the Redux store. It is filter, and connect needs to be imported from React Redux. Import connect from React Redux. Good, let's go to the plan. And here, what we did together is to connect props and actions. It's time to show loading if there is no filtered product. Inside here, what I'm gonna do is to check this props.filtered product. If it doesn't exist, I need to show a div and notice loading, else I need to render this. In this step, we need to update this.props.count. It should be this.props.filteredproducts.length. Also, we need to open app.js, and inside that, we do not need filter products function anymore because they moved into product actions, and also there is no need to sort products anymore. Inside the render function for filter component, get rid of all properties right here because all of them is coming from Redux store. Also for products, it's gonna be like this. For products, there is no need to use products from here because it's gonna come from the Redux store. The next change should be in the product reducers, and inside the fetch products case, we need to set filtered items like action.payload. So it means that at the very beginning of fetching data from server, items and filtered items are like this because there is no condition to filter here. After updating filtered items, it's time to go to filter.js, and for unchange inside the order and filter, we need to feed the current products. Let's do that. Here, what I'm gonna do is to pass this dot props dot products and e dot target dot value. E dot target dot value is the value that user selected here, and this dot props dot products, if you check the connect function right here, is all products that comes from the server. For sort products, it should be filter products. And I'm going to use same pattern here, event. This time, the first parameter for filter products is all products that comes from server. It should be this dot props dot products. And the second one is the selected size e.target.value. Yeah, this is the unchanged function for order, and this is the unchanged function for filter. Let's check result. When I select a filter like XL, filter products actions happens here. So let's get back to code and go to products.js component. And here we need to make sure that we are using filtered products, not products. Let's go at the very end of this screen, and in the mapping section for connect, instead of mapping all items, I just map filtered item. So by changing this line of code, instead of showing all products, I just show the filtered products. Check result, select XL, and as you see, only XL. Select M, there is only 2. There is a typo here. It should be sorted products inside product actions, line 28, and not the name of this function. Inside the sort, we compare that with lowest. If we go to the filter, we can check that inside the order, it is lowest like this. I just copy this and then paste it right here. Also, for the latest option, I just set value to latest. And here, what I'm gonna do is to compare sort with latest. If it's latest, sort by ID, and if it's not, sort by price. Let's check the result. Here, if I check lowest, you can see that the lowest price comes first. And inside the order product by price action, you can see the difference inside here. Products, filtered products, the sort and the filtered products order have been changed. I just close this and set the order to highest. So the higher price comes first. And if I filter like medium, it just works. And if I set it by lowest, it just applies to the filter products. Also, the number of products is correct. If I change the filter to all, you can see it's gonna be 6. And that's it. We just moved the filter component to the Redux store. If you see the app.js right now, it's gonna be getting smaller and smaller, because there is no filter product and sort product here. Also, we can get rid of the data here because the data comes from backend, and without this, it's gonna work. Also, there is no need to have size and sort here because they are coming from Redux store. If you check the app.js, you can see that the only part which is not part of the Redux store is cart. So for the next lesson, we are going to go for cart. At the end of this lesson, we are going to publish these changes to GitHub repository, click here, set a message, add Redux to filter component and command enter, and then publish your changes to the GitHub repository. Then update your task right here. It's done right now, should be green, and the state should be done. And like before, I just go my repository to publish these changes and send a pull request and merge pull request with the master branch like this. And the last step is gonna be changing branch to the master and clicking on synchronizing link. And then we are ready for next feature, which is about adding Redux to cart component. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to add the cart component to the Redux store. So by the end of this course, if you open your DevTools and go to Redux section, when you click on Add to Cart button, there should be Add to Cart action right here. And when you remove an item, there should be a Remove from Cart action here, and it should update the state based on it. So let's go for it. First of all, I set this action as active action, adding Redux to the cart component, and set it as active one. Go to VS Code and create a branch like add Redux cart. Let's follow the steps. First of all, we need to go to type.js and create add to cart and remove from cart constants. Types.js, export const, add to cart equal to add to cart. Make it for remove from cart, export const, remove from cart. Copy and paste it right here and put semicolon. That's it. We have done the first step. The next one is gonna be creating cart actions. Go to action folder, right click new file and set the file name to cart actions.js. Inside that, we are going to create an action. It should be export const. The name of actions is add to cart. Here is gonna be the parameter of cart actions. The first parameter is items. It's the current items in the cart and the product that we are going to add to the cart. Like always, we'll return another function which accepts dispatch. Inside the add to cart action, we need to make a clone of items. So const cart items equal to items.slice. Here I'm going to search into cart items to make sure there is a product of this type inside the cart or not. So I just define a for each function over cart items. Cart items dot for each x goes to if x dot underline id equal to cart product dot underline id it means that this product exists inside in the cart. So I set the variable already exists to true and update the value of count for this cart item x.count ++. Don't forget to define let already exists to false. So after this, I check if already exists is false. It means that I need to add this item to the cart item. Cart item.push. So I'm using the constructing object triple dot, and I'm gonna use all properties of product and add count as a number of item of this product in the cart, and for sure it should be 1 because at the very beginning I'm going to add 1 item of each product to the cart. So it's time to call dispatch, and dispatch accept 2 parameters. The first one is type, and it's gonna be add to cart, and the second one is payload. The payload is cart items itself. Don't forget to update the local storage based on the new cart items. Local storage.set items cart items, it should be json.stringify cart items. Let's import add to cart from types file, import add to cart from types. Sounds good. We just define the add to cart action right here. It's time to implement remove from cart. It's gonna be simpler than the add to cart. Let's export const remove from cart. We just accept like add to cart items and the product we are going to remove. Return dispatch. And inside this function, in 1 line of code, I am going to remove this product from cart items. It should be cart items equal to, first make a duplicate from items by items.slice, and then use filter. Filter x goes to, so for each item inside the items, I'm going to apply a filter. If current item dot underline ID does not equal to current product underline ID, I just return true. It means that if an item inside the cart is not equal to the product.id, it's gonna be added to the cart items. So by the end of this line of code, we get rid of the product from cart. Make it double equal sign, and then it's time to dispatch. Action type is remove from cart and set payload to cart items. Also, we need to update the local storage dot set item equal to new cart item, but local storage only accept a string data. So we use json.stringify to make it a string. Great. We implemented remove from cart action and add to cart action. Let's go to plan. It's time to implement cart reducers. Go to src, reducer, right click, new file, and set the file name to cart reducer.js. The reducer is a function export const cart reducer equal to, it's a function that accepts two parameters. The first one is current state. I set the current state to empty string, and the action like this. Inside this function, there is a switch case for action.type. And for the action.type, we need to compare that with add to cart. For cart reducer, make it equal sign because we are setting the default value for state to empty object. In the case add to cart, what we need to do is to update the state based on the new cart items. It should be return cart items equal to action dot payload dot cart items. The default one is gonna return current state. For the default value for a state, let's use the local storage. Instead of empty object, I use local storage dot get item cart items. But as you know, the return value of local storage is a string. We need to convert that json.parse to JavaScript object. Let's implement the case for remove from cart. Case remove from cart return cart item is equal to action.payload.cart items. That's it. Don't forget to import add to cart and remove from cart from types. Also, for default state, we are going to set the cart items property to the local storage value. So wrap it inside curly bracket and set the state cart items to this. But what if there is no value like this? If it doesn't exist, I just use an empty array as a string because we need to return a string, and this string is gonna be converted to real empty array. Let's follow the plan. Here we just implemented this, and it's time to go for cart.js and connect that to the Redux store. Go to component, open cart, and cut export default. Go to very end of the screen and paste it right here. And we are going to use connect. Inside the connect, the first parameter is gonna be map state to props. State to props. The first props that I'm gonna define here is cart items. And cart items comes from state.cart.cart items. That's the only props that we're gonna use. And the next parameter for connect is defining actions. The actions we are going to use in the cart is only remove from cart. This one. And don't forget to set the name of component, which is cart. Also, we need to import connect at the very top of the screen from React Redux component. Import connect from React Redux. Let's go back to plan. Here it's time to go to store.js, open store.js, and inside that, next to product reducer, in line 9, we need to add cart, which comes from cart reducer. And the cart reducer comes from this file that we just created together. Okay, the next step should be inside product.js. We need to add action add to cart. Open product.js file. At the very end, we need to add to cart action need to be imported right here. And at the very top, it should be import add to cart from action / cart actions. So the next step is in the app.js, and we need to remove cart props. Open app.js, and there is no need to any of this property here. Keep it clean like this. And also for products, there is no need to this because it's gonna come from the Redux store. And we can get rid of the add to cart method here and remove from cart method here, and also create order. Also, there is no need to have any state at all, and get rid of the constructor. So it's like a functional component. There is no lifecycle methods here. Good. So as you see, we have a super clean app component which just contains the name of components, and there is no logic at all here. Based on the plan, we just remove that, and also we just add it to the local storage. Let's check the result. If you check the result, when you are going to add an item to the cart, you get this error. It says that item.slice is not a function. Let's go back to cart actions, and in the add to cart, as you see, the items that comes from product.js at this point, the add to cart button does not contains the current items in the cart. There are two ways to fix this issue. The first solution is to pass current items inside product.js. It means that in the connect function, as well as products, we add cart items as a parameter and then pass that right here. This is the simple solution. But the elegant solution is that inside the cart items, next to dispatch, we use getState parameter. And by using getState, it's possible for us to get whatever exists in the store. I use this one and to get the cart item instead of getting from the add to cart parameter. I'm going to get it like this: get state dot cart items dot slice. Let's check the result. This time for add to cart, refresh and click add to cart. This time it's gonna work. Add another one, increase the previous one, and as you see, it works perfect. If you open the Redux and add a new item like this, you can see add to cart happens right here. Let's go and fix the remove from cart. If you click on remove from cart, you get the same error, and the solution is same. Inside the remove from cart in the cart action.js, I'm gonna remove items from here and get the current items in the Redux store from get state. So instead of items.slice, it's gonna be get state dot cart items dot slice. And in the line 27, the set item accept two parameters. The first one is the name of key that we want to save this value there, and it should be cart items. By having this change and running program, all of them is gonna work. If I click on remove, the remove from cart action happens in the Redux, and by happening this action, this change will be happened into the store. What is the change? Removing the first item. Again, removing the other one, and again at the end, your cart contain cart items, which is an empty array. Okay, that's it about this lesson. It's time to update the status inside the task manager. Make it green and set the status to done. And also finish branching. Go to branching icon and then enter a message, add Redux to cart, and press Command or Control Enter, and then publish your changes to GitHub repository. Go to GitHub repository of your project, and here create a pull request and merge that pull request, and then come back to your VS Code and switch to the master branch to start another feature. Great. For next feature, we're probably gonna work on the create order, and to save this order into the MongoDB database, we're gonna do that using Node, MongoDB, Express, and React Redux to manage the state and the front-end part. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to create an order. When a customer adds an item to cart and click on proceed, we are going to implement this part. When user enters its information and click on checkout button, we create an order in the database and then show the order ID and all information about that order, including name, email, total, and the items like this. And when user click on close button, that order is gonna be created on the database. And in the next lesson, which is about creating admin section, we show list of all orders in a separate screen. So let us start by planning here. The create order is gonna be the active task. I just change the color to yellow and state to active. It's time to go in the VS Code and create a new branch. Click on master, create new branch, enter branch name to create order. Press enter, and then we are good to go to implement this feature. Let's follow the steps here. First of all, we need to implement the backend part. In the backend, we're gonna create a model for orders and 3 APIs, get, post, and delete for that orders. Let's go for it. Open server.js. And here, what we are gonna do together is to create a model. Right before port, create a model for order. It should be like this. Const order, capital O, is gonna be Mongo's dot modal. The first parameter is the name of this collection in the database, and the second one is gonna be a schema. New mongoose.schema, and inside curly bracket we enter the information about this order model. The first one is gonna be ID, and the type of this ID is a string, and the default value is gonna be short ID dot generate without round brackets. The next one is email of customer of type string. Next one, name of customer, and address for sure. The next important field for an order is total. Total is of type number. It's time to define the products inside this order. It's gonna be cart items. Cart items is an array, so I create cart items like an array, and inside that I define each element of this array. For each order item, we have the ID of that product of type string. The next one is gonna be the title of that product, again a string. And the next two is price of type number, and the count of this product of type number. That's it. We just created the model for order, and the next setting that I'm going to apply to this schema is timestamp, and set it to true. By having this setting, when we create an order, automatically two fields will be added to this order. The first one is created at, and the second one is updated at. Okay, so we have our orders here, and it's time to go and create post API to insert a new item in the order collection. It should be app.post, and the address is gonna be /API/orders, and the function is an async function and accept two parameter rec and res, and inside this function we are going to create a new order. So first of all, we need to check the client data, and to do that I use an if condition. Inside that, I'm going to ensure that all required field exists. So if it doesn't exist, rec.body.name, if the name of customer doesn't exist, I should return an error message, or rec.body.email doesn't exist, return errors, and do the same for address and cart items, and of course total. So get rid of the next or, and here the message that I'm going to send back is gonna be like this: return res.send message is gonna be data is required. That's it. So if we get to this point, it means that all the required data exists in the body. So we need to create an order, const order, await, capital order, which point to the order model right here. And I'm going to pass rec.body because it contains all the data about this order. And then call save method on this order model. At the end, rest.send order. That's it. We just created the order creation API, and it's time to go to the plan. First of all, we just create this, and the next two others is gonna be done in the next lesson in the managing orders part. So let's go to the front end. In the front end, we are going to implement checkout button handler, and when user click on checkout button, we want to create an order and show a modal. Let us start with the type.js and create type for create order, clear order, and clear cart. So open types.js in the src folder, and what I'm gonna do is to export const create order. It should be like this, and the next two is gonna be clear order, because when order is created, we need to clear the Redux store. And when order is created, we need to clear the cart, because the shopping cart should be empty when an order placed. Good, we just created the types. And after creating the types, it's time to create actions. So let's create a file inside action folder and set the file name to order actions. So I just go to Explorer, src action, and right click, order actions.js. Inside this file, we are going to create a first action. The name of this action is create order. So it should be export const create order. Create order accept order as a parameter, and like other func-based actions, we need to pass dispatch as a parameter. And inside this function, first of all, we need to send an AJAX request to the server to create an order. It should be done by fetch method. And for the fetch method, we set the URL to /API/orders, and there should be headers. For headers, first of all, we need to set the method to post, because it's a post request. Set headers to content type, to application JSON, and the important part of this request is body. We need to use json.stringify order. So by running this, in the then part, I want to convert the result to JSON. And then in the next then, I used this JSON data as a data. And here I just dispatch an action to the reducer. The name of this action or the type of this action is gonna be create order. And what's the payload? The payload is data, and data here is the order data. Great. So don't forget to import create order from types.js like this. And after dispatching this action, we need to clean the shopping cart local storage. Local storage, clear cart items. And also we need to dispatch clear cart action to clear the cart item. So it should be another dispatch, but this time the type is clear cart. Don't forget to import clear cart like this from types. And by having this action, we are good to go to reducer part and create a reducer for create order. After creating create order, it's time to create clear order action. Export const clear order, and it doesn't accept any parameter because it's just for clearing order. And inside this function, we just dispatch type clear order and import clear order from types. So we are good to go for reducer. Go to src folder. Inside the reducer part, right click new file and set the file name to order reducers.js. In the reducer function, we define const order reducer. It's like a function that accepts two parameters, state empty object and action. And this function is a switch case which check the action dot type, and if it's equal to create order, press tab to import that. We are going to fill the order. So to do that, I just return order equal to action dot payload. So it should be ordered like this, and the next case is gonna be for clear order, and clear order just make the order to null. And the last one is default case, which return false. Here we need to import this, and at the end I'm going to export order reducer. It's time to open store.js to add this reducer to the Redux store. In the store.js in src folder, what I'm gonna do is to go to combine reducer, and here I enter order colon order reducer. Press tab and press again tab, and you can get the order reducer automatically imported from reducer/order reducer. By having this setting, it's time to go to the plan, and if you check here, we just created the reducers here. It's time to go to cart component and connect order and two actions, create order and clear order. Open cart.js in the component folder. At the very end, in the connect section, I'm going to add order from state.order. Put a comma here, and then for the action part, I'm going to import two actions. The first one is create order, press tab, and create clear order. So we need to import create order and clear order at the very top of the screen. Import create order and clear order from actions/order actions. Keep command and move mouse over them to make sure they are exist. Yeah. Good. We just imported and connected the order state and two actions to the cart component, and it's time to go for create order. When user in this form, right here, click on submit and enter email, name and address. When click on submit, this method is gonna be called. Here we just call e.prevent default to prevent post back of this form, and then we create an order based on email name, address, cart item, and total, which is very important. Total is gonna be like this dot props dot cart items, and here I'm going to use a reduce function on this array, the cart items, and it should be accumulator and current item goes to accumulator plus current item dot price. So they're gonna multiply by current item dot count and set the default item for accumulator to 0. By having this, we have the total price of this order inside the total. So it's time to call this.props.create order by having the order as a parameter. By calling this method from props, this action is gonna run. Good. So after creating order, we need to show that order. So in the render function, I'm going to get the order from this.props, and right here after this, I'm gonna check order. If order exists, I'm going to show a modal and import modal from React modal. I just import modal from React modal like this. So inside modal, I'm gonna show a zoom animation, and zoom animation should be imported from import zoom from React Reveal zoom. And after importing zoom, it's time to show the data about this order inside this component. So first of all, create a button, and the button class name is gonna be close modal. The class name is gonna be close button, close modal. And on click, I'm going to call this dot close modal, and small x is gonna be the caption of this button. After that, create a div and set the class name to order details. Inside this div, we are going to show success message h3 class name to success message, and the message is gonna be your order has been placed. And create an h2. In a h2, we are going to show order number. The order number comes from order dot underline ID, and then create a list of information about this order, including name, email, address, and total, and also cart items. The first one is gonna be a div name, another div next to this order.name, and then I'm going to duplicate this for email, address, total, cart items. Email, address, total, and cart items. The total should be in currency format, so I use format currency to format this. And here for the cart items, it should be order dot cart items, and because it's an array, I should use map x, and inside that I'm gonna use div to show this information including x.count, x.count multiply by x.title and close the div. Yeah, it should be like this. There is no need to empty space here and here. Instead of star, we can use this X. It's gonna be better. Let's check the result. First, open the Redux part in the developer console and then click on proceed, enter sample data and click on checkout. You see the create order works and the difference is like this, and also the courier cart works too, but the point is we do not have order modal right here. To have it, what we need to do is to go to the modal section and add some property for modal. Is open should be true, on request close should be this dot close modal, and also we need to implement close modal like this. And here what we need to do is to dispatch clear order action, this dot props dot clear order. Let's check the result this time. I just add an item, click on proceed, enter data and click on checkout. As you see, the order just created and here is the information about this order. So it's time to add some style to this to make it similar to this one. And you see this? We are going to convert this to this. Open index.css and go to the end of this file, create a section for order details and set the class for order-details. In the order.details, set display to flex, justify content to center, and align items to center too, and set height to 100%. Also, flex direction should be column. For LIs inside order items, order details, all LIs, set display to flex because we are going to show name and name label and the real name next to each other. But set justify content space between and align items to center them vertically. Set a small padding for dev inside li dot order details li for dev inside that. Set padding to 10 pixel. For cart items inside order details, we are going to align right. Dot order details dot items, set text align to right, and there is no need padding here. And the last update is gonna be success message. Set color to green. By having this style, let's see what we have right now. Yeah, you see, it's like this, very similar to this one. Also, we can show the date too, because it's important field. If we go to the cart.js and right after the address, duplicate address and change it to date, and here use created at Let's check the result. If I add an item, 2 items, proceed, enter data and check out. You see, I have date here and the cart items like this. So at the end of this course, we just created order, and for the next session, it's time to work on the admin section to show the orders to the shop admin. So here we just set this task as a done, change the color to green and the state to done, and then go back to VS Code. Inside this section, version control system, we have some files. We have 7 files changed. They are the changed file. Let's commit and push these changes to the server. Create order is the message, and keep command or control and press enter to commit, and click on this icon to publish these changes in the same branch in the GitHub repository. After that, it's time to go to your GitHub repository for this project, React Shopping Cart, and there should be a pull request message here. Click on it and create a pull request for this commit. Click on create pull request, merge pull request and confirm merge. And now your code is part of the main code in the master branch. You need to go to the VS Code again, switch branch to master, and then click on this icon to sync your changes with the create order branch work. That's it for this lesson. For next lesson, we are going to work on showing orders in the admin section of this e-commerce shopping cart. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to manage orders. What we want to do is create an admin menu like this at the very top corner of this screen. And when user click on it, we show list of orders like this. So you will see the list of orders. As you see here, there are a bunch of orders here, and you can see all details about orders, including ID of order, the date of order, total price, username, customer name and customer email, customer address, and the items that user purchased in this order. So to implement this feature, what we need to do is to use React Router DOM, because we have 2 different screens. This is home screen and this is admin screen. So to have multiple URL in React like this, the home URL and /admin URL, we have to use a router library like React Router DOM. Very good. Let's go to the task manager, and what we're gonna do is to implement this feature at admin section. I'm going to make it yellow and change it to active one. And it's time to go to VS Code, and inside the Git section, click on master, create a new branch and set the branch name to manage order, because we are going to show list of orders here, and press enter. So we are in the manage orders and it's time to start coding. First of all, what we need to do is to install React Router DOM. Open terminal and run npm install React Router DOM. It takes a while to install this package, and after that we are good to go to install stuff. If you get an error like this, what you need to do is to go to the Explorer and find the package.lock.json, delete that, and run it again. Now it's gonna work and your React Router DOM is gonna be installed. After installing React Router DOM, it's time to go to the app.js and import 3 components. The first one is browser router, second one is route, and the third one is link from React Router DOM. We are using browser router to wrap the whole components inside browser router, but it should be after provider. So browser router and cut the end of it, move it at the end right before provider. By having browser router, it's possible for us to define some routes. The first route we're gonna define is the home screen route. The path is gonna be /. It means that the home screen without any URL after it. And the component which is gonna respond to that is home screen. We need to create home screen later and set exact property for this one. And by setting exact, it means that if the URL is exactly like this, render home screen component. Before that, define another route for admin section. Route path is gonna be /admin, and the component is going to be admin screen. So we have 2 screens, admin screen and home screen. It doesn't need to be exact. Don't forget, you need to put the admin before the home screen. Also, we need to update the anchor here. When you are using React Router DOM to implement anchor, instead of a, we need to use link. When it comes to link, instead of href attribute, we need to use to. Good. We are good to go for home screen and admin screen. Just go to src folder, and here I'm going to right click new folder for screens, and inside that right click new file home screen.js and press RCC tab to create home screen component. And then right click again, new file, and set the file name to admin screen.js. And here again, enter RCC, press tab to create admin screen. By having home and admin screen, we are good to go to test the result. But before testing, we need to move the things about home screen to the home screen. This part is about home screen. I just cut the part content from here and go to home screen and then paste them right here. We need to import filter. I just get rid of the last character and then press tab. It's gonna import it like this. Again, for products, press tab. It's going to be imported. And also for cart, like this. There is no need to space here. And let's check again. It's time to import home screen. I just press N and press tab to import home screen like this. And also we need to import admin screen like this. So just get rid of unused components here. And then we are good to go to test the results. Let's open browser and refresh, as you see, we have this. And if I change the URL to /admin, I get admin screen. Let's go to plan. So what we did together so far is to install React Router DOM, imported browser router and link, edited render function using browser router, and defined 2 routes. And in the home screen, we have used filter, products, and cart screen. In the admin screen, first of all, we need to create a component for showing orders. So go to component folder, right click here, new file, and set the file name to orders.js. In the orders.js, type RCC and press tab and change it to orders. It's just a placeholder to implement the orders list later. Let's go back to plan. After creating order, we need to import order in the admin screen. So what I'm gonna do, instead of having admin screen, I'm going to show h1 orders, and inside orders there should be order component. So we need to import order component like this, and let's check the result. Yeah, here is orders, and we are going to implement orders like this, having a tabular form of data, including all information about orders. To implement that, first of all, we need to go to the backend and create an API that sends list of orders on the database. So go to VS Code and open server.js right here. And at the very end, right after the post, we are going to create app.get, and the URL is /API/orders, and the function is an async function that gets orders by using await, capital order, which refer to the order model, and call find without any filter. I'm going to get all orders like this, and rest.send orders to the client. At this point, I need to go to the plan, and what I did right now is to create get/API orders. Also, I need to implement the delete one. So what I'm gonna do is to go to server.js again and implement app.delete/API/orders, but this time there should be another /:ID. It's the ID of the order that I'm going to delete. And the style is like get orders, but this time const, it's the deleted order equal to capital order dot find by ID and delete. And the parameter here is rec.param.id. Also, it should be with await style. And rest.send order deleted order. That's it about implementing the delete API, and this is the get API. So we need to use the get API in the front end. So if we go back to the plan, after implementing the backend part, it's time to go for front end. For front end, we want to define a type fetch orders and create an action and reducer for it to use that in the order component. So what we need to do is to go to types.js and define fetch order first. Types.js. At the very end of this screen, export const fetch order equal to fetch order. The next move is going to be action order actions. So go to action folder, order action, and right after create order and clear order, it's time to export const fetch orders. It doesn't accept any parameter, and the style is like other func-based actions. What we need to do here is to send an AJAX request using fetch method, and the API address is /API/orders, and then there should be a then here. I get response and change the response to JSON format, and then another then. This then contains data, and for this data, what I'm gonna do is to dispatch an action. The action type is fetch order. Don't forget to import fetch order in this screen. And the payload here is the data, and the data is list of orders. So let's import fetch order. At the very top, fetch order here, and that's it about the action. After implementing fetch orders in the action, it's time to go order reducer, and in the order reducer we need to implement a case for fetch orders and set the orders by the data that comes from action.payload. So let's go to the reducer folder, open order reducer, and in the order reducer I'm going to define another case right after clear case fetch order. I'm going to return orders. You know, it's different from order here. Orders equal to action.payload. Don't forget to import order from fetch orders from types. Good. So we have implemented a reducer part, and it's time to go to order component and then connect the orders components to Redux store. So go to component folder and open orders.js, and at the very end cut export default from here and use connect. Inside connect there are two functions. The first one is going to be state goes to orders equal to state dot order dot orders, and the action part. For the action, the only action that I need is fetch order, and there should be another round brackets, and the parameter is orders. We need to wrap this inside a round brackets and put orders here and get rid of semicolon at the end. So by having this connection, we need to import connect from Redux, React Redux, and fetch order from the action. I just put R here, press tab. So I just import connect from React Redux and another import for fetch orders from actions / order actions. Let's go back to plan. What we did together is to implement connection between the React component and Redux store. At this point, we need to implement component did mount and fetch orders there. Let's go back to the order.js and right before render, implement component did mount, and inside that call this.props.fetch order like this. At this point, I have orders in props. So I need to go to render, and here const orders equal to this dot props. Let's go back to plan. At this point, I need to check if order is empty or not. If it's empty, I show loading, else I show a table to user to have list of orders. So let's go back to orders here. If orders doesn't exist, then render this, else then I'm going to render a div and set the class name to orders, and then inside that define h2, set h2 to orders, and inside that there should be a table, and inside this table what I'm gonna do is define a table head. Inside that there should be tr, table row, and table header. Inside this there should be an ID and the other fields about this order, including name, email, total, date, order items, and address. Date, total, name, email, address, and the last one is gonna be items. So there should be a table body, tBody, and there should be another tr, and inside that this time I need to use orders dot map order goes to this tr. Just save it. Yeah, inside this tr there should be td. Inside that order dot underline id, and I just duplicate this for created at, it's gonna be the date, total is gonna be total, but wrap it inside format currency. Inside format currency. So the next one should be name, email, address, and items. Address, and the last one is gonna be items, but the last one is cart items dot map. For each item, what I'm gonna do is to show a div, and inside this div there is item dot title, and before that there is item dot count, and there should be a space and x between them. So it's about showing items, and here is the orders, and let's go to the admin screen. Right here there is no need to have this heading here, only having orders is enough. And let's check the results. It says fetch orders is not defined in types. There is a typo in order actions, it should be orders. Yeah, and there is no need to have order. Let's check the result. As you see, we have the data and orders that user placed. So let's add some style to make it like this. What I'm gonna do is to go to index.css, and at the very end of this screen create a section for orders. For .orders class, what I'm gonna do is to set the width to 100% and set padding to 10 pixel. For tBody, tr odd child, set background color to f0, 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 and for td set padding to 5 pixel, And for th, set text align to left. Let's see what we have right now. Yeah, as you see, they are very similar to each other. The last thing remains here is to put admin link at the very top right corner of this screen. Let's go to app.js, open app.js, and next to this link, create another link and set the link to /admin and set the title to admin. By adding admin, they are gonna be next to each other. You know, I click here, they work. But what I'm gonna do is to put them at the left and right of the screen. To do that, what we need to do is to go to index.css and find the header section. Yeah, here, header. And for the header, set display flex and set justify content to space between. By having this setting here, as you see, the admin is on the right side and React Shopping Cart is on the left side, and it works. Good, that's it for this lesson. We just created an admin section. It is very simple. And also you are able to delete an orders. Let's say I want to delete the first one. Copy this and open your Postman. And in the Postman, click on plus icon and select delete and enter http://localhost:5000/API/orders and paste the ID of the order you are going to delete. And then click on send. As you see, the orders has been deleted and I get the data about the deleted order. If I refresh the page, it should be only 2. So the previous one just deleted. At the end of this lesson, we need to push these changes and merge them with master. Let's go back to VS Code here. And then there are a bunch of files that have been changed, including package.json, because we just installed React Rotterdam and other files here. Enter create order as a message, press Command Enter, and then click on this icon. So this changes is going to be pushed to same branch on the GitHub. And then we need to go to github.com/ your repository address. Mine is a /Basir React Shopping Cart. And after going to this address, there should be a message to ask you for creating a pull request. Create a pull request here and confirm this pull request like this, and then go back to your VS Code, change the branch to master and click on sync icon, and now you are good to go for next lesson and start coding again. By having this shopping cart, you are able to create a list of products, add them to cart, proceed to checkout, enter data and do the checkout. And as you see, this order is going to be in the admin section, this one. So we just implemented a fully functional shopping cart using React and Redux in frontend and Node-Express MongoDB in the backend. In the next lesson, we will deploy this shopping cart on Heroku Cloud Server. So at the end, you will be able to have your own address like this and on the herokuapp.com. So it's possible to demonstrate your work to others because it's a link that everyone can get to that and see your works. Until that lesson, bye-bye. In this lesson, we are going to publish our work on Heroku Cloud Server. As you see here, when I enter react-shopping-cart-final.herokuapp.com, I have my website here, and all the data inside this have been saved. Let's say all orders that placed in this website located in the database. So how we can implement, how we can publish shopping cart on Heroku web server. There are three steps to do that. We need to do 3 steps to publish our work on Heroku. The first step is run production version of website locally. Second one is create a cloud MongoDB database on cloud.mongodb.com. And the third one is creating an application in Heroku and publish our works there. Let's go to the plan, and here we are going to publish work on Heroku. I just make it yellow and set the state to active. So let's go for the first step, run production version locally. Go to VS Code. So when it comes to coding, the first step is to create a new branch. Click on master, click on create new branch, and enter branch name to deploy -Heroku. Press enter and start coding here. At the first step, we need to build the React application, and the build version is going to be in a build folder inside the React shopping cart folder. So to do that, open terminal and then run npm run build. It takes a while to create a build folder. As you see, it just created here, and just combine and merge all components and files together and put them inside static folder. So we are good to go to use this file and render them into the screen. If you remember from the backend part, the way we run the backend is using this npm run server. When I do this, I have localhost colon 5000. What we need to do at this step is to render the content inside build folder here. So by rendering them, what we will have is production version of the e-commerce shopping cart. At this step, I need to change this to this content. Let's go for it. What we need to do is to go to server.js folder, and inside this folder, right after app use, the first step is to render a static file inside build folder. To do that, use app.use, and the first parameter is a slash, and the second one is express.static, and concatenate dir name with /build. So what happens by running this line of code? Whatever exists in build folder, here we have the build folder, is gonna be rendered statically at this address. For example, if you enter localhost colon 5000 / index.html, it's gonna render index.html. But because we do not like to enter /index.html, we want to render that automatically when user go to the root address of our website. To do that, use app.get, put slash, and rec and res goes to res.send file dir name plus /build/index.html. By having these 2 lines of code, if we go to the localhost 5000 and refresh, you see we have our website running, but this time it's not in development mode, it's in production mode. It is super fast and optimized. Very good. When we have ready our e-commerce website locally, it's time to go and create a database on the cloud using cloud.mongodb.com, and then for the third step, go Heroku and create a website there. For cloud database, enter cloud.mongodb.com and press enter. If you haven't logged in this website, you need to click on login or create account, and after login, you will be redirected to this page. At this page, first of all, we need to create a database. Click on collection here and click on create database. Set the database name to React Shopping Cart test. I just add a test at the end of it because we are going to test publish, and set the collection name to whatever you like test, and click on create. If you check here, you will have React Shopping Cart test. The next step is gonna be in the network access. Click on network access and then click on add IP address. What you need to do is to create a whitelist entry. Enter whitelist entry based on this and enter a comment like all and click on confirm. So you will have a record like this here and it should be active. After setting this, it's time to go to database access. Click on add new database user to create a username react-shopping-cart-test and enter a random password. I just create auto-generated and copy that password. And then click on add user. So the name of database and the name of user are same. The next step, we need to click on cluster, click on connect, and here what we need to do is to click on connect to your application. And just before copying this URL, what you need to do is to open a new file and paste your password here, and then go back and copy this and go back and go to that file. And inside this file, what you need to do is to cut this from here and paste it in the password section. And for user, it should be react-shopping-cart-test. To make sure your user and password is correct, go to here, click on close, and then go to your database access and make sure and copy this from here and paste it right here. So this is the connection string for your database. Copy this only, this line. Save this connection string in a safe place because in next step we need this. Okay, so far what we did together is to run the production version of e-commerce shopping cart locally. We just created a database like this, and it's time to deploy on Heroku. To deploy on Heroku, first step is to create Heroku account at heroku.com. So go to heroku.com and click on create a new account, and after creating new account and login, you will be redirected to dashboard.heroku.com/apps. You will have no apps in this screen because you just logged in to the Heroku. But for mine, I have created some other applications. So I have a bunch of products, a bunch of apps here. Good. After creating account and login to the Heroku, it's time to go to this address, devcenter.heroku.com/articles/Heroku/CLI. At this address, you will be able to install Heroku CLI. Heroku CLI is a terminal-based application which helps you to create Heroku application through terminal and publish your works on Heroku. So after going to this address, it's time to go to download and install. If you are using Mac, just run this command to install Heroku. If you are using Windows, based on your operating system, select one of the installer, and after installation, restart your computer. And if you are using Ubuntu, just run this to install Heroku. That is great. After installing Heroku, you will be able to run Heroku on your terminal. So let's go back to plan. What you need to do is to open terminal at this step. I'm just opening terminal and stop project here and clean the screen and then run Heroku login. Heroku login. And here press enter. You will be redirected to a web browser like this to click on login. And after clicking on login, you can go back to the terminal and you have logged into your account. The next step is going to be creating an app. Enter Heroku space apps create. Enter the name of your shopping cart. I'm going to enter React shopping cart test and press enter. As you see, the Heroku application created here. If you keep command and click on it and open it in a new browser, you will see the Heroku welcome to your new app. It's the default page. What we want to do is to convert this default page to this page. Very good. Let's go for it. The next step after creating is editing package.json. So open your package.json. I'm going to copy this code from here and open package.json. And at the very end of it, right after the last, put a comma and paste this. I'm setting engines : node to this version and npm to this version. The reason that I'm setting this version is that they are compatible with the Heroku node server. Very good. The next step is going to be creating pros file. Pros file is the file that Heroku checks that when it wants to start your server. So click here, go to root folder, right click, new file, pros file. Check the spelling of this file. It is case sensitive and there is no extension. Press enter. And what command do you want to run? I'm going to run node space server.js because when my application is going to start, I'm going to run this to start my application. After running, and don't forget, you need to put web : before that. Put web : before that. That's it. The next step is going to set MongoDB connection string in Heroku. When you go to the server.js, you can see that the connect function of Mongoose is hard-coded to this local connection string. We need to change that to something like this: process.env.mongodb URL. If it doesn't exist, then use the local database. By having this setting, we can copy the MongoDB URL, and then go to dashboard.heroku.com/apps, and then click on the React Shopping Cart test. It's the application we just created right now. Go to setting part, and then click on reveal config variables, and in the key part, paste MongoDB _URL, and in the value part, you need to copy the connection string that you just created in step 2. I just have a copy of it right here. Copy this and then paste it right here and then click add. Great. So I have my MongoDB URL right here as a config variable. It's like an environment variable. Let's go to plan. In the README file, after setting this key and after pasting the copied connection string, it's time to add this new key. It's node module cache. Let's add node module cache and set the value of it to false. Node _module _cache to false. By setting this, every time you run or rebuild your project, all module will be downloaded again. What I'm gonna do is to run this git rm yarn.lock, and also I just go to the .get ignore, and at the very end of it I just add yarn.lock here as a ignore file. Like always, the last step is going to deploy your branch to the GitHub. So don't forget, at the very beginning of this lesson, you need to create deploy-Heroku branch and move all of your works there. And after that, commit your works and go to your repository, create a pull request for deploy on Heroku, click on create pull request, and then merge and confirm your merge. So if you go back to your VS Code and change your branch to master and click on sync icon, you will get your latest changes here. And by having these changes, if you run again git push Heroku, and by running this, all of your changes will be published on the Heroku server. So as you see, the process of creating output is gonna be done. And at the end, node server.js will run. So it's time to creating an optimized production build. Right after installing all packages, the build process in the React is running. And at the end, the command node server.js will run. So we have done. Let's go and check the output. Go to click on edit. And if you check this, you see that there should be /react-shopping-cart-test, because it should address to this database, and there is no products here. So by setting these changes and refreshing this, there shouldn't be any product at all here. Yeah, you see, 0 product. So how we can add product to this? Open Postman, open a new tab, select post, and enter the URL. The URL is very important. The URL should be exactly like this. And paste it right here and put a /products at the end. In the header section, we need to set content type to application JSON. And in the body section, we need to create an instance of a product. Let's use the sample that I already have here. In the body, I select raw and select JSON and paste the sample that I have here. Image, I set the dress to 1. It is dress 1. And this is a sample, the models, and the price. And click on send. Yeah, it just created the product for you. Let's check the result and refresh. As you see, here is the product and here is the image of that product. So by going to Postman and changing these values, you can create other products and make it like 6 products that in the sample you have. And let's check other functionality. Click on add to cart. There is animation like this. And if we increase, it's just gonna change. The process works, address works. Click on checkout. And as you see, checkout works too. And click on close and click on admin. We have all features functional in this project and all of them are in a cloud server like Heroku. That's it for this lesson. What we did together is to make the last task done, publishing on Heroku. I just make it green and set the task as a done. For sure, for this e-commerce shopping cart, there are lots of features we can add, like adding multi-vendors feature, like calculating task and shipping prices based on different locations, showing maps for user to select the delivery location and stuff like that. So I will appreciate your suggestion to improve this course and make it better and better. So don't hesitate to share your thoughts with me and then I will apply them to this course. Until next course, bye bye.